Hello, check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, check. Test. Hello, one, two. Hello. Okay.
Students, can you please spread out, rather come towards the front? It's looking very empty. Quickly, please. guests have arrived. Respected Director Sir, our chief guest for today, Shri Kunteji, Dr. Pandey, Director CPRG, Deans, our esteemed guests for today, faculty members, and dear students. A very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to this policy conclave on economic impact of AI and automation. AI presents an interesting puzzle for the global economy. Uh, if we look at philosophically at AI, it kinds of resonates with a consciousness, a way perhaps to immortalize human knowledge. While if we look at the science of AI, we are trying to imbibe human capabilities in machine and enhance the skills of a machine to be a partner of human existence. With, of course, its array of use cases encompassing a wide range of skills, AI is poised to change work as we know it. While it has improved productivity and efficiency, it often is looked at conflict with the other strength that we keep on harping upon, which is our demographic dividend. According to the World Economic Forum, structural job growth of 69 million jobs alongside a decline of 83 million jobs is expected in the near future. But if I have to add my personal belief to this, I feel it just allows us more degrees of freedom to innovate and to be more creative, with the mundane being left to AI. However, the conflict remains, and despite this dichotomy, AI carries an important opportunity. As the potential exponentially increases, its ability to support human activities will also widen dramatically, and it can push human forward. Just to emphasize my point earlier. So, this conclave hopes to debate on these crossroads of AI through different facets, and we welcome you to participate in the debate and increase the collective knowledge in this sphere in this 1.5 days of the conclave. With this, may I request Director Sir to escort Kunteji, and I also request Dr. Pandey and our deans to invoke Goddess Saraswati, and we have the opening ceremony with the Deep Prajwalan. May I request you all to join us on the stage, please. Thank you very much. May I request the chief guest and Director CPRG and Director IIM Mumbai to take their seat on the dais? This conclave on economic impact of AI and automation is being hosted for the first time by the Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai, in collaboration with the Center of Policy Research and Governance. This aims at bringing together thought leaders, policymakers, industry experts, and scholars to engage on critical discussions that will shape the future of AI in India and beyond. As we move forward, we would like to take a moment to introduce our chief guests and the dignitaries on dais. Uh, Although they don't need an introduction, but still it's a part of the formal ceremony. Shri Sitaram Kunte, as Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, he led the COVID-19 response, ensuring essential medical supplies and infrastructure are in place, and spearheading vaccination efforts. He oversaw the systematic reopening of the economy while preventing a third wave of infections. He played a key role in implementing major infrastructure projects, managing multiple government departments, and improving urban services in Mumbai. He strengthened the city's citizen helpline and established disaster management systems. He authored the Maha Ownership Flats Amendment Act, laying the groundwork for the RERA Act, transforming the real estate sector. His academic background includes degrees in social sciences, economics, and law, with additional training in policy and leadership from top global institutions. His interests focus on urban development, education, and reforming public services for greater transparency and efficiency. We are indeed privileged to have Sir as a distinguished professor trying to guide us in public policy at IIM Mumbai. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Director Sir and Dr. Pandey to felicitate our chief guest for today. I have now the honor of introducing to you Professor Manoj Tiwari, founding director of IIM Mumbai and former director of NITI Mumbai. Here, he has elevated the institute's NIRF ranking from 29 to 6. He also serves as the Vice Chancellor of Tata Institute of Social Sciences and leads the West Zone Committee for Viksit Bharat 2047. A renowned expert in manufacturing systems and supply chain management, Professor Tiwari has published over 370 papers and received prestigious awards like the David F. Baker Distinguished Research Award. He holds leadership roles in key academic networks and serves on the editorial boards of several high-impact journals. Professor Tiwari is a fellow of the Institute of Industrial Engineers and other leading Indian academics. With this, may I request Professor Sanjeev Verma to felicitate Director Sir. May I now have the privilege of introducing Dr. Ramanand Pandey. Dr. Ramanand Pandey is a leading public policy expert and educationist. He is leading the Center of Policy Research and Governance, which he also co-founded. In the past, he was part of the NEP cell to the Union Ministry of Education for the landmark National Education Policy 2020. Additionally, he advises various public and private bodies. He also sits on the board of several higher education institutions. Recognized as a thought leader, his views are regularly published in the leading national media houses of the country. Now, may I again request Professor Sanjeev Verma to felicitate Dr. Pandey. Thank you. To officially begin the proceedings, I would now like to invite Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director of IIM Mumbai, to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। यहाँ पर उपस्थित गणमान्य व्यक्तियों में आज के की नोट एड्रेस और चीफ गेस्ट माननीय श्री सीताराम जी कुंते जी, फॉर्मर चीफ सेक्रेटरी महाराष्ट्र, डॉक्टर रामानंद पांडे जी, डायरेक्टर सेंटर ऑफ पॉलिसी रिसर्च, और मेरे बड़े आदरणीय और जिनको मैं बहुत दिन से, जिनका लाइफ ही पूरा समाज के लिए दिया हुआ है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जानता हूँ, माननीय भी सतीश जी जो इस सभा में उपस्थित हैं। साथ में आए हुए गणमान्य व्यक्ति जी, शशि शेखर वेम्पति जी, सुनील गुप्ता जी, अभिनव खरे जी, हेलेन सांघवी जी, प्रसाद पिंपल जी और बहुत से अतिथिगण जो यहाँ हैं, सबका मैं फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल IIM मुंबई और अपने पूरे परिवार की तरफ से उनका स्वागत करता हूं। और आज का जो महत्वपूर्ण अपनी कॉन्क्लेव है, इट्स बेसिकली एम टू हाईलाइट व्हाट इज द इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट ऑफ AI एंड ऑटोमेशन and how it can be visualized and what are the things need to be done to see that it should have a more effective utilization and exploitation for the larger benefits of the society. So in this context, first of all, this word AI may be new to many large number of people, but we have been listening about it since 1980. When its first avatar came, it was popularly known as expert systems. And before expert system, when the things started, particularly statistical use for forecasting the demands, with the data which are given, monthly data, yearly data, etc. So some persons were amazed to see that, अरे कैसे देखिए अगले महीने का डिमांड निकाल दे रहा है. So like this, it was done by some advanced statistical tool. Later on, when computing power increases and more sentence-like things in the form of rules can be added, then came the expert systems. Later on, it was found that expert system is also not capable because every time you want to use it, you have to add new rules. जैसे मान लिया एक अस्पताल में 3 नर्सें 2 डॉक्टर हैं और आपको पूरा 8-8 घंटा शिफ्ट के लिए शेड्यूल करना है, तो जो शेड्यूल आप बनाइएगा उसमें किलो 8 घंटा मैडम X, 8 घंटा मैडम Y या डॉक्टर साहब, ये बनाए आप 9 से 3 या उसके बाद दूसरे शेड्यूल दूसरे डॉक्टर साहब रहे, अगर उसमें एक चेंज हो गया, एक नया नर्स आ गया, तो एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम फेल हो जाएगा, बिकॉज दैट वाज डिजाइन ओनली विद द गिवन रिसोर्सेस। जैसे एक छोटा सा और एग्जाम्पल था कि हमने एक शिप पे पोर्ट पे काम किया। सो पोर्ट हैज 2 बर्थिंग स्टेशंस and there was a yard and there were only 2 silos. The moment you increase the third berth, whatever mathematical and computational model was developed, that is no more valid. So expert system has this problem that moment you add one more rule, it will fail to give you the proper result. Meantime, developments were taking place that bring to a neural network, which was very much matching with the thought process like humans. There were neurons, neuron get activated, activation functions were designed, and then bias were calculated. And based on that, if you give the data and input, so they will give you some predicted value, but there were a massive error depends on how you tune the parameter. So that way, the neural network, back propagation model, forward neural model, RR models, then gave its more intense variety when more hidden layers were there. That is the convolutional neural network, then deep neural network, which is called deep technologies in order to common parlance. So deep technology आने से many type of input you can give. जैसे बहुत सिंपल बात है, पहले ये बताना बहुत मुश्किल था कि अगर तूफान बंगाल की खाड़ी में चला है तो कौन सी लोकेशन पे हिट करेगा, क्योंकि इसको जानने के लिए कम से कम आपको 200-300 पैरामीटर का स्टडी करना पड़ेगा, और उस सब के बीच में क्या संबंध है जानना मुश्किल है। सो वो संबंध अगर आप डेटा फीड कर रहे हो पुराने, तो बेस्ड ऑन द स्ट्रांग पावर ऑफ कंप्यूटिंग some correlation can be done. And with the help of satellite technologies, with the help of many other geo information systems and GPS, and the movement of the waves which generates in the sea, based on that, now at least they are able to localize. This is the place where we can spot the hitting vertical location of the sea typhoon or other kind of problems. So that way, we saved a lot of life of people and also livestock, and provided help to thousands and thousands of the people. So this is very nice example that how AI can be used to avoid the mass destruction due to the sea floods and sea typhoons which is coming regularly. Another example is that many of the diseases outbreak actually. You might notice yesterday, the CEO of the Merck USD was here. He was telling that he has made an agreement with the same company who has made Covaxin. He informed us that around 20 million people are suffering from new form of cholera, and that is chances of that it may outbreak in more faster manner. So, in order to predict that cholera, they have used the application of neural network and other form of deep technologies, and now vaccine is ready. So they may start treating it soon actually. So here also you can see the large number of casualties which might have been caused up because of this has been captured by the AI, artificial intelligence. अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और भी बहुत एप्लीकेशन है। सपोज आपको अपना सेल्स बढ़ानी है, आपको कोई पब्लिक पॉलिसी में जानना है कि अगले साल अगर हमारा सब पैरामीटर ऐसे ऐसे रहा, एक्स वाई जेड वैल्यू ऐसे रहे, तो हमारा जीडीपी का ग्रोथ कितना होगा, या एक पर्टिकुलर सेगमेंट में खर्चा कितना होगा। देखो एग्जैक्ट तो मानना मुश्किल है, अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है। अब क्वेश्चन इज अनुमान लगाने के बहुत तरीके हैं। एक तो वाइल्ड गेस, जैसे हमारे ज्योतिषी लोग करते थे, पंडित लोग करते थे, पहले जानते नहीं थे, कुछ भी पूछिए बस इस बार बहुत बढ़िया फसल होगी आपकी, चिंता मत करिए भैया, बम्बई जा रहे करोड़पति बन जाएगा। सो ये जो है ना एक जस्टिफिकेशन था, समझे ना। लेकिन अगर उस जस्टिफिकेशन को आप जोड़ दीजिए डेटा से उसके बाद प्रेडिक्ट करिए तो ये साइंस हो जाता है। तो इस साइंस का इस्तेमाल करते हुए मेडिसिन में किसानों की फसल का उचित मूल्य नापने में, उनको इस बार कितना पैदावार होगा कम से कम उसका एक कुछ अप्रॉक्सीमेट क्वांटिटी जानने में, सिमिलरली डॉक्टर लोग किस तरह का मेडिसिन किस तरह का फैलाएं जिससे कि उस तरह की मेडिसिन का रॉ मटेरियल पहले से आ जाए ये जानने में, जहाज़ों का जो डिस्ट्रप्शंस होता है उसको जानने में, शिप के अराइवल टाइम में, मतलब ऐसी बहुत सी महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ें हैं जिनमें अगर 10-20% एरर के साथ भी ये जान लिया जाए कि कब किस समय होगी, कितना वैल्यू होगा, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली कितना होगा, ये बहुत बड़े काम की चीज़ है। जैसे हम छोटी सी एग्जाम्पल बताते हैं आपको एयरक्राफ्ट मेंटेनेंस का। लगभग आज के 15-20 साल पहले जितने भी अमेरिकन एयरलाइंस थी वो लोग क्या करते थे, कम से कम 70 या 80 क्रिटिकल पार्ट होते हैं जहाज के, जिसकी रॉ मटेरियल इन्वेंट्री वो लगभग सारे एयरपोर्ट पे रखते थे। तो उससे क्या होता था कि उनका जो खर्चा होता था रख रखाव का, इन्वेंट्री मेंटेनेंस का, बहुत ज़्यादा होता था। बट थ्रू डेटा ड्रिवन एनालिसिस दे फाउंड that only these are the 5-6 components which are frequently failing and remaining are not as frequent as possible. So what they did, they identified only certain airport, 1 or 2 or 3 in the country, where they put all the inventory, remaining places, very common kind of inventory they used to keep so that the cost of inventory becomes less. तो ऐसा करने से लगभग सारे एयरलाइंस का एक नया मेंटेनेंस मॉडल ही आ गया और वो खर्चा जो है बहुत ज़्यादा रिड्यूस हो गया, यहाँ तक कि लोग कहते हैं कई बिलियन की ट्यून में कम हुआ जो है। सो दिस इज द वे हाउ यू कैन एनालाइज द पावर ऑफ AI, एंड आई बिलीव दैट से फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन डेज टू कम द इम्पॉर्टेंट सेक्टर्स which has been targeted for understanding and assessing the economic benefit of AI, say for example the collection of GST. This becomes quite simple based on the different parameters which are there. Several initiatives in Make in India, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Bharat Mala and Sagar Mala projects, then foreign exchange reserves. A common statistic suggests that the altogether, AI has projected to contribute 15.7 trillion global economy. AI India market is going to be third largest pool for as far as export is concerned, and it is expected that 65,000 crore by 2025. Generative AI, one form of is chatbot that we are using, or chat GPT that people are using. Its potential is to generate around 6.7 lakh crores in India, GDP by 2030, and AI to add around 9 million new employment to India workforce by 2035. So these are all different kind of benefits and applications that will come up. So in this conclave, I think experts and knowledgeable people who are connected with different domains, they will talk about the different aspects of AI. And automation is slightly, harder form of AI. So I'm not dwelling on that because when we talk about AI, that itself shows that symbolize the, softer part of the automation. Harder part is basically machines, equipments, tools, where you want to provide decision making ability. मतलब ऑटोमेशन के पास में अपना डिसीजन लेने की हिम्मत नहीं है, उसमें बुद्धि देने वाला काम जो है वो AI करता है। तो इसीलिए नॉर्मली ऐसी चीज़ों को हम लोग स्मार्ट डिवाइसेस बोलते हैं या इंटेलिजेंट डिवाइसेस बोलते हैं, जहाँ पे मशीन अपना काम करे, उसको बुद्धि देने वाला काम जो है वो AI टूल्स करें. सो विद दिस particular description of the topic, I just stop myself here and thank you very much for patiently listening, and once again expressing my deep respect to all the dignitaries who are here to attend this conclave. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. We all admire how you can explain such a complex thing in, a language which we all can understand. Uh, Now, as we move on, we have uh, the privilege of having our guest of honor, Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Unfortunately, he couldn't come physically here because of some commitment at Delhi, but he is joining us online and would address the gathering. Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran is the Chief Economic Advisor. Prior to this appointment, Dr. Nageshwaran has worked as a writer, author, teacher, and consultant. He has taught at several business schools and institutes of management in India and in Singapore, and has published extensively. He was the Dean of the IFMR Graduate School of Business and a distinguished visiting professor of economics at Korea University. He has also been a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India from 2019 to 2021. He holds a postgraduate diploma in management from IIM Ahmedabad and a doctoral degree from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, to share his insights on the economic impact of AI and automation. May I request a round of applause for him?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me clearly and well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, my heartfelt congratulations to the Center for Policy Research and Governance at IIM Mumbai to organize a conference around this topic of, I think if we turn off all the lights in the auditorium, people might actually find it more convenient to take a small snooze. So that is something you need to keep in mind if you turn all the lights off. Anyway, since there are no slides to be projected, one doesn't have to keep the auditorium dark. I congratulate the Center for Policy Research and Governance in IIM Mumbai for organizing a conference around the topic of artificial intelligence and employment and the labor market in general. Because very recently, most of the conferences that I have been asked to speak at always look at this topic of when will India reach 5 trillion, 7 trillion, 10 trillion, 20 trillion, 30 trillion, whatever number you want. I think that topic has been somewhat beaten to death. And more importantly, in any case, outcomes of what economic size that India reaches in a particular period, 5 years or 10 years or 20 years from now, is not entirely in our control. And we should be focusing on what actions we need to take. Our responsibility and our authority lie only with respect to the effort. Outcomes are not in our hands. And this is not just a philosophical statement. It is also a very practical statement. Macroeconomics is not in our control, whether it is climate change, the global discourse, natural calamities, geopolitics, and what happens to the US dollar itself. These things are not in our control. So what kind of GDP size India achieves in next 10 or 20 years is not entirely in our control. All that we can do is to undertake policy decisions, implement them at the union government level, at the state government level, in the private sector, in academia, etc., in multiple areas, and then collectively all those efforts should lead to better economic outcomes. What that outcome is subject to various other factors. So the effort is in our hands, the outcomes are not. And one of the efforts has to be to find the right balance between use of capital or technology and labor. And artificial intelligence, which has now become a raging subject, therefore, is a very, very relevant issue to be examined in detail because it has implications well beyond the excitement of using a new toy or posing some queries to ChatGPT or any other artificial intelligence engine that you are using. So that is why I compliment the management of the Center for Policy Research and Governance for choosing this topic. The stakes of technological advances are actually rising every day. If you combine facial recognition with drones, then you have the tools that can wield force with unprecedented lethality. What can kill can also cure. So, robots with the same technology could vastly improve healthcare and medicine across hard to reach areas in the country if more time and money were invested in developing them. On the other hand, look, I'm an economist, so I have to speak on the one hand, on the other hand. So that is expected of economists. On the other hand, a narrative of mass unemployment is gripping the mainstream discussion on artificial intelligence today, fueled by what we are witnessing around the world. Businesses are taking thousands of small steps towards increasing AI-driven automation in their hiring processes, customer service, and even creative enterprises such as marketing and public relations. All these developments demonstrate that just as the balance between capital and labor shifted when computers underwent mass adoption across sectors across the world, a similar shift in the capital-labor ratio can very well be expected within the coming decade. The balance between machines and humans in the ordering of our daily lives will even alter our decision-making processes. AI is expected to usher in a world in which decisions will be made in three primary ways: by humans, by machines, and by humans in collaboration with machines. And that is unfamiliar and unprecedented. Our tools may become our partners. Avoiding the worst outcomes of artificial intelligence while capitalizing on its potential will depend on our ability to cultivate wisdom about the balance between humans and machines. The fears of artificial intelligence resulting in the irrelevance of humans in the workspace are understandable. Recently, the Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad conducted a survey among Indian workers as to what they feel about the potential of AI. The survey results are available in the public domain, and they tell us a mixture of fear, apprehension, curiosity, and excitement. Most of the workers surveyed in that survey do fear for their jobs. A recent Bloomberg article also highlighted the new reality that has emerged in the country, the Philippines, which is also very advanced like India in business process outsourcing and IT-enabled services. Back office roles over the past 9 months are now shifting towards AI co-pilots, working alongside human operators. However, this pivot has come at a great human cost as the cheaper and more efficient AI tools are now driving firms to cut labor costs in the Philippines BPO sector, which is one of the biggest sources of private sector jobs in that country. Similarly, IT company Dell recently announced a cut of 12,500 jobs across its sales and marketing divisions due to its pivot towards AI. Amazon's vice president of Alexa and Fire TV wrote that the company will be laying off staff to maximize resources and efforts focused on generative AI. Goldman Sachs predicted that as many as 300 million white-collar jobs globally could be affected due to artificial intelligence. This comes as no surprise that AI is being hailed as the fourth industrial revolution, ready to completely overhaul the way work is organized. The technology is seeing rapid integration into every facet of our virtual and physical experiences, from the inclusion of AI companies in laptops to overhauls to the virtual assistants in smartphones, diagnostic software in electric vehicles, and even AI integration in washing machines. It can be argued at some level that some of these fears could be misplaced. While policymakers and mainstream discussions fear AI itself, the principal cause of adverse consequences will be the pursuit of excess use of technology driven by hubris about the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Those indulging in shoehorning AI into every facet of existence do so because they grossly misunderstand the underlying processes and overestimate the capabilities of AI while underestimating the role human intelligence plays in society. AI models do considerably less than what human brains do, and whatever they are capable of doing is not done in a way humans can accomplish the same task. The most obvious difference between AI and a human mind involves the goals of the system. Humans have a variety of goals and behaviors, most of which are extra linguistic. An AI model is simply concerned with replicating human speech or writing, making their primary goal insofar as they have one, human like text, and not conveying information that is particularly helpful. AI models in their present iteration are at best extremely sophisticated statistical models that are a function of large amounts of text and data being fed into them. This makes them unconcerned with the realities of the world, unconcerned with the context in which they are utilized, unbothered about the consequences of their output, and cannot be held accountable for their actions within code. This is the fundamental that most people seem to miss, due to which AI applications have witnessed a host of unintended consequences. For example, a man in Belgium was encouraged by a chatbot to kill himself, resulting in the man taking his own life. A lawyer in New York came under fire using ChatGPT for case related legal research. Unaware of the fact that ChatGPT is prone to generating very real sounding but false content, the lawyer cited several cases that did not exist as precedents provided to him by the chatbot. Law enforcement personnel in the US are now relying on predictive algorithms and risk assessments to identify potential criminals, placing populations that have historically been disproportionately targeted by law enforcement at risk of being oppressed further. When asked how many letter R's are there in the word strawberry or raspberry, ChatGPT was not able to give the right answer since the models do not understand the concept of letters and syllables. What needs to be understood is that rather than being the intellectual replacement for humans, AI technology is more a tool that needs to be wielded by capable hands. Unfortunately, those with the AI hammer are presently tempted to treat everything as a nail. Humane automation requires the wisdom of restraint. The fact that the AI tool does not detract from productivity enhancing potential of the technology. How the tool is implemented in a developing country like India needs to be carefully considered, as well as what socio-economic and skill-oriented impacts AI can have on Indian labor force. What can cure can also kill. As pointed out by the former chief economist of Bank of England, Andrew Haldane, the playbook has always been familiar as the emergence of new strains of general purpose technologies resulted in an outward shift in the production possibility frontier and deepened capital, be it human, intellectual, infrastructural, social, and institutional. In each industrial revolution, all forms of capital played an important role in sustaining economic growth, boosting productivity, and raising income. Thus, The new direction the world seems to be going in with respect to the implementation of artificial intelligence appears to be a recipe for disaster. Thought leaders in business see labor as one or more inputs in the productivity process to be cheapened as much as possible. Their pursuit of efficiency and boosting the bottom line is discarding the human element in the equation. I would urge all of you to read the paper Ideas and Institutions by Andrew Haldane, a speech he delivered in 2018. Please remember that even the past industrial revolution that have eventually helped humanity, society, and the economy have not been without their significant costs. A lot of people were displaced out of their jobs, and reaccommodating them and retraining them is not just a matter of skill augmentation. It has got cultural, social, and also community implications. India, with its rich demographic dividend, is a rich source of human capital. To fully utilize this demographic dividend, India will have to create nearly 80 lakh jobs per annum till 2036 in the non-farm sector. And that is what the Economic Survey wrote about in July. This requires scale, but the premature implementation of AI technologies, driven by a fundamental misunderstanding of their capabilities and unbridled optimism, threatens employment creation at scale. Despite the potential for new jobs to be created as a consequence of AI, such as prompt engineering, in a large country like ours, it ultimately boils down to numbers. That is, how many jobs displaced versus how many jobs created. The time horizon is especially important in a democratic polity like ours. Further, given the limitations of artificial intelligence, we must recognize that the potential human intelligence brings to any productive enterprise. Factors such as accountability, understanding of the practical realities of the world, reasoning, cognizance of consequences, and critical thinking are important, which at present only humans are capable of fulfilling. Seeing meaningful work as a cost rather than a benefit of a mature economy reflects myopic microeconomics, and it is precisely this notion of efficiency that undermines sensible macroeconomics as well by discounting investments in health and education as parasitic drains on other goods and services. And that is why the private sector has to do a lot of soul searching in its fascination for adopting and embracing AI on a massive scale. Rather than engaging in a mad rush to replace all existing jobs that can be replaced with AI, firms must instead focus on complementing labor with advancements in technology. Research has demonstrated how the introduction of generative AI assistants increased productivity for customer support representatives by 14% on average, including a 34% improvement for new and low skilled workers. Employees were able to substantially improve their problem resolution, leading to higher customer satisfaction. AI assistants allowed low skilled workers to communicate more like high skilled workers. Supplementing skilled humans with technology is also better from a customer's point of view, as customers prefer having complex questions dealt with by humans. AI must be seen for and utilized as what it is supposed to be, a tool. As the arc of technological history does not tend towards the replacement of humans by machines. Unquote. Institutional support. Considering that the ideas presented above may or may not materialize, it is up to us to prepare ourselves to deal with the changes that awaits India's economic future. To facilitate this, institutions occupy center stage in ensuring that the process of AI adoption is democratized and not dictated by a handful of large firms. The literature supports the institutional hypothesis, and one of the most notable works on the subject, Why Nations Fail, a book by Asimoglu and Robinson, demonstrates how institutions are the key determinant of differences in economic fortunes between countries. To design responses and deal with the emerging disruption of AI in a calibrated manner, institutional support will be critical. Mitigating the job losses from AI, skilling workers appropriately, and minimizing the inequality exacerbating effects of new technologies will require coordination between the legislative branches, judiciary, and educational institutions alike, and also including the central bank of the country. Equipping the workforce with new skills needed to navigate the changing landscape is one way to limit the cost of technological disruption. The social infrastructure necessary to do so can be called enabling institutions, as Mr. Haldane put it. It is here that universities will have a big role to play, as the future of work will not only be cognitive but also will be technical and social. As Mr. Haldane put it, it is not only about head and hands, but also about the heart. And that is where the future skills lie. Workers will require also financial and other socio-economic support during the transition period, as not everyone initially will benefit from the disruption. And these numbers of people who will require support and hand-holding will be significant, as is the evidence available from the past industrial revolutions tells us. The social insurance needed to keep inequalities in check and limit social unrest will be facilitated by what might be called insuring institutions, as Mr. Haldane puts it. Lastly, non-state institutions also have a role to play in cushioning society during a generational economic shift. I quote, "The lessons of history seems to be that we need both to cultivate the creative and disarm the destructive. If innovation is to translate into rising levels of social, human, and infrastructural capital, and then higher standards of living, it is only by establishing strong institutional roots that technological fruit can subsequently be harvested." Unquote. No one can say for certain what the net impact of AI on the economy will be. Artificial intelligence has been a topic that has been in conversation for the last 6 decades, rising to peak popularity in the 80s, dying down in the 90s, before re emerging as the mainstream topic of conversation once again. The last time the world was excited about AI, not much came out of it. But it would be a big mistake to expect that the same will happen once again. Technology has come a long way since the 1980s, and it is our job to be ready for the shift, no matter how improbable it seems. While it is the responsibility of those developing the technologies to carefully evaluate the social implications of what it is that they are unleashing on the world, as policymakers and thought leaders, we cannot sit around hoping for the best to happen. Robust institutions need to be created to tackle emerging challenges, and academic institutions have a very, very important role to play alongside the governmental institutions. The human element in the productive structures need to be maintained, and it is here that institutional support from all levels of society is necessary. Replacing authentic, intelligent deliberation with a brutal, calculative algorithm will result in a society where algorithms serve as an escape from reason and an excuse not to think. Reinforcing our social structures, regulators, cooperatives, and policy-making institutions, reinforcing our social structures, regulators, cooperatives, and policy-making institutions will enable us to democratize a future that will otherwise be dictated by technology and finance firms. Just as the justice system enforces the principle of the rule of law, not of men. As automation advances, productive growth can only be enabled in this country with a commitment to a rule of persons, not machines. Personal responsibility for decisions, therefore, is essential to maintaining legitimate governance, whether of state agencies or businesses or academic institutions. The task on our hands is therefore monumental, and we should not shy away from the responsibility in order to ensure a productive, smooth, purposeful, and mutually beneficial integration of technology into human affairs and public affairs. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you. And I conclude by once again complimenting the Center for Policy Research and Governance in IIM Mumbai for organizing this all important seminar on such a vital issue that is confronting us and will continue to confront us in the years to come. I wish you all the very best in your deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening talk. And I think as an academic institution, IIM Mumbai and a research think tank, CPRG, would love to partner with the government and the policymakers to array these fears of with regard to the changes that people are expecting, as you mentioned about the study by IIM Ahmedabad, and at the same time prepare the next generation for the upcoming changes that are there. So, and also, sir, we have missed you physically here. So, IIM Mumbai awaits you to give us an opportunity to host you physically at the
I,
earliest
I,
possible date.
I owe you one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Sir, would you be open to a short Q&A if there are any
Yeah,
questions from...
I think we have a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Do we have questions from the audience? Sir, it seems they want to ask you personally when you are here. So, thank you.
And I can also understand that a topic such as this and a speech such as this will take time for people to reflect upon, digest, and then be able to ask questions. So I can fully understand that. So I look forward to interaction with the students, faculty, and others in IIM Mumbai at the earliest possible opportunity in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. As we move forward, I would now request our chief guest, Shri Kunteji, to deliver the keynote address.
हट सकता है तो हटा दीजिए जाएगा नहीं तो रहने दो I'll manage. Good morning, everybody. After the lectures of Dr. Manoj Tiwari and Anant Nageshwaran ji, I think a lot of good insights have been spoken about artificial intelligence, the challenges and the opportunities. what I would like to do is, uh, I have been a practitioner of public policy for almost 36, 37 years in government. And I would like to talk about how artificial intelligence can be helpful in policy making. I'll just stand here so that the mic is. So first of all, let me thank the organizers of this conference, both CPRG as well as IIM Mumbai, for organizing this conclave on the theme of economic impact of AI and automation. And also I thank them for giving me this opportunity to be the chief guest and keynote speaker for this conference. I also acknowledge the generosity of the sponsors. I can see somewhere their logos are there, so I must acknowledge them. Indian Oil, HP, ONGC, Oil India, Bharat Petroleum and GAIL. I think these organizations, all public sector entities, have generously supported. नहीं ठीक है. So I acknowledge the generosity of all these organizations. They are all public sector units dedicated to making India into a Viksit Bharat. And AI is a highly technical subject, so whatever I have read, I am an economics graduate or postgraduate, and whatever I have read about AI is more from the point of view of understanding it as to how it will help us in policy making. So I am listing out some opportunities that AI presents to us as policymakers, as well as some challenges that are there that have already been experienced in some countries. So the first important thing that I think AI can do is help in making smarter policies. How smarter policies? I remember when we started our career in government, it was in the mid 80s, and much of our thought process used to be, we used to call it gut feeling. The data was not voluminous, and we would really rely on our gut feeling and understanding based on, physically going to places and seeing how things work, and we used to make policy accordingly. The things changed. As I came to the senior-most position of Chief Secretary in Government of Maharashtra, and as we confronted COVID, we realized that there is volume of data that is coming. COVID management was essentially a management based on data, quite unlike all previous crisis management that we have done, which is mostly little bit of data, lot of gut feeling, lot of intuition, and we used to make policies. So with data analysis, so much of data available, now the possibility of more reliable predictive analysis, I think our policy making is going to become better. In addition, AI can help us with simulation models. A lot of things can be simulated. And in this context, I would like to talk about a concept that we have started using called digital twins. So nowadays you see everywhere some infrastructure is breaking down, somewhere flooding is happening. So why this is so? Because we could not anticipate what will be the impact of rain because of a certain infrastructure being built. Now digital twins actually provides you on a computer with use of AI a digital map of things, and you can then plant your infrastructure there, have a simulation of some kind of rainfall of this much quantity and see where it goes. So this may help us make the plans better. The second important aspect I can see AI helping us is in reimagining service delivery. Government delivers lot of services to people every day. Government means, when I say government, central, state as well as local government. So when I was still in government and we were thinking of different innovative ways, so one idea that came to mind was like Zomato, how you order food from a restaurant and a Zomato delivery boy comes and delivers the food to you. So can we create that kind of a model in delivery of public service? Suppose you want a birth certificate from a municipality and you just put it up into some app or something, and then a Zomato kind of guy just picks it up from there and delivers it at your home. Wouldn't it be great? So creating those kind of services, almost personalized services, is a possibility through AI, and I look forward that this day will someday come. Then there will be also, it will help automate lot of administrative processes, and to some extent, as we have seen, this chatbot etc. are already there. They are helping people. There's a flip side also, that absolutely no human interface is also not good, but chatbots are helping us to make services better. The third is efficient operation and optimization of government activities. Basically, allocation of budgets in time, whenever it is required to spend money. So, for instance, instead of just giving out random money to public health centers and all that, you can have a system by which whenever a PHC needs money to buy medicine, at that very moment, the governmental system releases money to the medical officer of the PHC. So that will make things more efficient, the handling of government finances. And equally important, I think, AI can help us in fraud detection. I am told that SFIO and those kind of bodies, serious fraud investigation offices and others, they use this kind of fraud detection using AI. It is possible to do that, and I think that will help us bringing more integrity into the financial systems of government. Then there will be this, we can achieve better real-time monitoring of things that are going on as we implement projects, as we implement infrastructure. We all want that government, whatever government delivers, is of good quality. And a good quality can be achieved only by timely monitoring of these activities. And AI can help us detect the anomalies where they are happening, timely detection of anomalies, and then we go and make corrections either in implementation or in policy. Then there are a lot of issues of structural inequality in our society. I have been talking about it, that inequality is not merely about the way incomes are generated and distributed. There are inequalities that are embedded in the structure of the society, in the structure of the economy, and AI can help us tackle these structural aspects of inequalities by identifying the places where these structural inequalities are in existence, and then enabling the government to make policy or make better implementation. So these are some of the opportunities. I think as more and more AI gets developed, as more and more AI gets used, probably the AI itself will learn more about how government systems are functioning, and it will become a much better assistance, as Ananta Nageshwaranji used the word co-pilot. That is, imagine AI assisting a secretary of a department or minister of a department. So how it can help giving better results in terms of policy and implementation. So although these are so many opportunities that are coming up, but we must also be aware of the challenges. And we can, based on whatever I have read, I can visualize some of the challenges coming here. So one of the biggest issues is this ethical question of AI systems inheriting societal biases. Because AI is written by somebody, it's written by somebody, and partly it learns on its own. So this has actually happened that in US probably, that they had given photographs of criminals. You know, they have that photographs taken from all angles and they are pasted in the police station. So AI system was given photographs of the criminals. And you all know that US has this problem of racism between white and black people. And after seeing many photographs, AI sort of itself developed a bias. So when they showed more probabilistically a black person to be a criminal than a white person. So this bias got integrated into the AI system, and that is where we fear that our own existing prejudices, biases, if they get somehow implanted or embedded into the AI system, they can only exacerbate what is already there in the society rather than the trajectory that we are following today. We are removing those biases and differences in the society. So this is one very big concern that I have, and how we are going to surmount it is something that has to be thought of. The other part is that if you give some of your decision making to AI, so for instance, secretary of a department, initially he or she is deciding everything himself or herself on a file, and then some part of it is given away to AI, and AI starts giving out decisions from the system. Then there has to be some transparency. If I as a secretary write some decision, I have to write cogent reasons, and that person can take under RTI. He or she can assess whether the reasons I am giving are cogent or not. If not, they can go to court and question my decision. Now here, suppose AI is generating some decision, and the algorithm or the system by which it is generating that decision is embedded into its codes. So there is no transparency. You will not know why AI has given this decision and not that decision. So how do we have transparency and explainability, the rationale of decision making, how it can be embedded into AI systems is a very important challenge. Then the other important challenge is data privacy and security, because AI will be learning from data that we are supplying as citizens to government for various processes. And it is good that AI is learning, but what happens to our data, its privacy, its security? These are very important concerns that we must look at when we are rolling out AI into governmental operations. Then next challenge of AI would be, how do we integrate? Ultimately, government is an ongoing system, and you can't say, okay, let's stop governing for a week, we'll bring AI into it and then start running all over again. So it doesn't happen like that. Government runs every day, 24 hours every day, 365 days. So on an ongoing system, how do you bring AI? So it will require change management. You can't do it overnight. We don't want any disruptions happening in government. We don't want, suppose we have a computerized system of crime record management or management of criminal cases in the court, and we implant some AI tool there and the whole thing gets disrupted for 10 days, it will be a huge problem. So this integration of AI into government legacy systems is going to be a challenge which we need to look at. And then the most significant part is gaining public trust. So people must find that AI systems are compatible with their overall beliefs. So suppose you develop some AI system sitting in Delhi or some other place, Kolkata or somewhere, and there are some Maharashtra specific sensitivities that are not properly embedded in the AI system. So that will become a problem. So I'll give you two examples of real world, and you can just imagine how problematic things can become if AI is not adequately addressed to local sensitivities. So one example is, one story is about our Vasantdada Patil ji. He was Chief Minister of Maharashtra way back in the 80s. So he became General Secretary of Congress Party, and he went to Delhi. And there they used to get bungalows. And in winter, if you have seen all these people sit on lawns during lunchtime, winter time. Okay, so he was sitting on the lawn, and some people from UP came. And since he was General Secretary of the party, so they met him and he said, "Baitho, baitho, do ghas kha ke jao." Do ghas kha ke jao. So do ghas in Marathi, ghas is one morsel of food, okay? And UP people, imagine wo pehle aap type. They say, दो अपने को घास खाने बोलता है, because he was sitting on grass, and it gave the impression कि he is asking them to eat grass, So when it was clarified कि नहीं, महाराष्ट्र में घास means निवाला होता है, so then the misunderstanding was cleared. So this contextual part AI has to learn. The second example is Shiksha and Shikshan. So if you talk in North India, they will say Shiksha means education. All of you from North India would know. Shiksha Mantralaya or Shiksha Vibhag, like that. In Maharashtra, Shiksha is punishment. So if you ask कि आप बच्चों को शिक्षा देते हैं क्या? Suppose you go to a school and ask a teacher कि आप बच्चों को शिक्षा देते हैं क्या? He said, नहीं, मैं नहीं देता शिक्षा. Because he will think you are asking whether you are giving punishment. And Maharashtra, it is shikshan. So the point I am making here is that these are all nuances. This must be the situation in Karnataka, in Andhra, even within Hindi-speaking states, the way things are spoken in Bihar may be different from UP or like that. So AI has to take care of these cultural aspects, otherwise it can generate things which can cause huge problem in the society. So these are some of the challenges that AI is going to face when it is to be rolled out in policy making. Policy making is all about affecting, if you roll out something in Maharashtra, it will affect 12 crore people of Maharashtra. So it has to be compatible with that. What has worked in another state may not as it is work here. And so these are the aspects that we need to work on. And while we harness the potential of the technology, and definitely there's a huge potential, all of us can see that, I would say that when it comes to policy making and governance, it is necessary also to very carefully look at the challenges and look at these aspects of biases and all that can get unintentionally embedded into AI systems, and they can cause more and more problems. So with this, let us take advantage of the opportunity and be very, very aware and cautious about the challenges. With this imploration to the House, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the lesson that we carry from here is we have to learn to make AI an obedient assistant or partner and not an unruly master. On that note, may I now call upon Dr. Ramanand Pandey to share the overview of what lays ahead of us for the next 1.5 days and also the concluding remarks.
Respected Chief Guest Kunte sir, our guest of honor Professor Nageshwaran, who is not here now. I am really thankful, and I think CPRG is also very thankful to Director IIM Mumbai, Professor Manoj Tiwari sir, for this collaboration, for this conclave, and providing to us space and ecosystem where we can deliver this event. We are also blessed that we are getting constant support from throughout our journey, Sri B. Satish ji, and he's here to bless us in this event. This event is about AI, but it's not only about AI. When we were thinking and the process जो हमने start किया, and I think it was a kind of very comprehensive process कि किसको क्या करना है. So this time सिर्फ AI नहीं आया है, AI के साथ emerging technology के कई सारे system आए हैं. AI उनमें से एक है, automation के अलग अलग मॉडल हैं, 3D प्रिंटिंग है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें आई हैं और अगर ये सारी चीज़ें आई हैं तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ इकोनॉमी को इम्पैक्ट नहीं कर रही हैं, उसको शेप नहीं कर रही हैं, थ्रू आउट सोसाइटी और ह्यूमन माइंड को भी वो शेप कर रही हैं और उनको इन्फ्लुएंस कर रही हैं। यूजुअली जब इस टाइप का डिस्कशन होता है तो डिस्कशन जैसे नागेश्वरन सर ने बताया और मनोज सर ने स्टार्टिंग में इस पर फोकस किया, ये डिस्कशन यूजुअली दो सेगमेंट में डिवाइड हो जाते हैं। फर्स्ट कि वेदर इट विल इंक्रीज द अपॉर्चुनिटी और इट विल डिक्रीज द अपॉर्चुनिटी, बट एज ए कम्युनिटी ऑफ इंटेलेक्चुअल वी नीड टू थिंक बियॉन्ड दैट। हमारा फोकस ये होना चाहिए कि वेदर जो ये इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है उसके लिए हम प्रिपेयर कितने हैं एज ए सोसाइटी, क्योंकि अपॉर्चुनिटी इंक्रीज होगी या डिक्रीज होगी ये इस पर डिपेंड करेगा कि एज ए सोसाइटी हमारी प्रिपरेशन कितनी है। अगर सोसाइटी एज ए सोसाइटी हमारी प्रिपरेशन होगी तो फिर निगोशिएशन का एक स्कोप बचता है। अगर एज ए सोसाइटी हम प्रिपेयर्ड ही नहीं हैं, अगर हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम प्रिपेयर नहीं है, हमारी वर्कफोर्स प्रिपेयर नहीं है, हमारी मार्केट प्रिपेयर नहीं है, तो ये सारे क्वेश्चंस सेकेंडरी हो जाएंगे। सो अगर हम फर्स्ट से स्टार्ट करें कि हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम कितना प्रिपेयर है, वेदर वी आर प्रिपेयर कि हम क्या, अगर इस टाइप का कोई सिस्टमेटिक चेंज आ रहा है, क्योंकि एआई कोई सिस्टम नहीं चेंज करेगी, पूरा जो हमारा सिस्टमेटिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है उसको चेंज करने जा रही है। तो क्या हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जो वर्कफोर्स जो जा रही है मार्केट में उसको इतना प्रिपेयर कर पा रहे हैं या उसको ये आइडिया दे पा रहे हैं कि 5 से 10 साल बाद जॉब मार्केट कैसा होने वाला होगा? क्या वो इमेजिनेशन हम दे पा रहे हैं या उनको बता पा रहे हैं, समझा पा रहे हैं? वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। करंट स्किल्स के साथ साथ फ्यूचर स्किल्स और इमेजिनेशन देना यूथ को बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। सेकेंड थिंग, जो करंट वर्कफोर्स है उसके लिए हमारी प्रिपरेशन क्या है, क्योंकि आप फ्यूचर वर्कफोर्स को तो ट्रेन कर सकते हो, उनको आप उसके लिए प्रिपेयर कर सकते हो, जो लोग अभी एजुकेशन सिस्टम में हैं या जो लर्निंग फेज में हैं, जो ऑलरेडी जॉब मार्केट में हैं, उनके लिए हमारी क्या प्रिपरेशन है। क्योंकि 5 से 10 साल बाद अगर किसी पर सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है तो उन्हीं लोगों पर इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है। मनोज सर ने एग्जाम्पल दिया, कुंटे सर ने एग्जाम्पल दिया कि कैसे जॉब लॉस हो सकता है। मैं उस पर डिस्कस नहीं करूँगा कि जॉब लॉस होगा कि नहीं होगा, वो एक अलग चीज़ है, वो सबके सामने है। बट क्या एज ए सोसाइटी, एज ए फोरम, हम कैसे उनको, उनके लिए कैसे कंसर्न है, उनके लिए क्या करिकुलम या क्या डिजाइन लेकर के हम आ रहे हैं कि जिससे वो जॉब मार्केट में कम से कम सस्टेन कर सकें। थर्ड जो है कि हमें जब इस टाइप की चीज़ें हम करते हैं तो हमें एक चीज़ और ध्यान में रखना होता है कि ऑटोमेशन, एआई सारी चीज़ें आएंगी, हमें इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करना होगा। बट इसके साथ हमें एक और चीज़ ध्यान में रखनी होगी कि हमें कुछ फंडामेंटल फाउंडेशनल इश्यू और क्रिएटिविटी को भी में भी इन्वेस्टमेंट करना होगा। क्योंकि जैसे सर बता रहे थे, जैसा डिस्कशन हो रहा था, उसमें से एक बात निकल के जो सबसे बड़ी आई है कि आप देखेंगे कि हमारी जो क्रिएटिविटी है वो भी अब डिजाइंड और यू कैन से बहुत ही ज़्यादा डिफाइंड होने लगी है ऑटोमेशन की वजह से। हमारी कहानियाँ एक जैसी होने लगी हैं, हमारे गीत भी एक जैसे कुछ समय बाद होने लगेंगे। तो क्या हम फ्यूचर के लिए वो सोच रहे हैं क्या कि जब सब कुछ एक जैसा होने लगेगा, लोग एक जैसा कुछ सोचने लगेंगे, तो हम कैसे उस क्रिएटिविटी को बचा कर रखेंगे, कैसे उस इनोवेशन को सोच करके, कैसे उस सृजनात्मकता जो अच्छा शब्द रहेगा उसको हम उसमें कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट कर पा रहे हैं। क्योंकि 10 साल बाद अगर हम सब लोग एक जैसा सोचने लगेंगे, एक ही गीत गाने लगेंगे, तो कहाँ आएगा वो जो कुछ अलग टाइप का है, कुछ जो इनोवेशन टाइप की चीज़ें हैं। एक जो अगर मैं इस चीज़ के बारे में बताते हुए एक चीज़ और बताऊंगा है कि हमें एक चीज़ और पर ध्यान देना होगा। ये आईएम है और आईएम में ये सप्लाई चेन के बारे में काफ़ी यहाँ पे वर्क होता है। सर खुद सबसे बहुत बड़े स्कॉलर हैं कि जब फ्यूचर के लिए हम सप्लाई चेन पे काम करना शुरू करेंगे तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि ऑटोमेशन पे बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंसी आ जाए। तो हमारी जो कुछ ट्रेडिशनल स्किल हैं जो सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट की हैं, हमें उनको भी मेंटेन और प्रिजर्व करके रखनी होगी, क्योंकि एट द एंड सोसाइटी में हमें किसी भी इन सब चीज़ों के लिए भी तैयार रहना होगा। क्योंकि जब भी कोई भी सिस्टम कोलैप्स करता है इस टाइप का टेक्नोलॉजिकल वर्ल्ड में, तो क्या हमारी जो बेसिक स्किल या इंस्टिंक्ट कर रहे हैं उन पर हम कितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उनके प्रिजर्वेशन पर और उनको सीखने पर। हमारे पास वो वर्कफोर्स होनी चाहिए जो फिर भी कुछ थोड़ी सी ट्रेडिशनल भी हो, जिसको कुछ ट्रेडिशनल स्किल मालूम हो। बहुत कुछ डिस्कस हो चुका है, बस सिर्फ मैं 2 दिन का अगले नेक्स्ट 2 डेज हम क्या डिस्कस करने वाले हैं इसके बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। जो हमारा नेक्स्ट सेशन होने वाला है वो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी का कैसा इम्पैक्ट होगा फाइनेंशियल मार्केट पर। नेक्स्ट सेशन में हम वो डिस्कस करेंगे। स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी और डेटा शेयरिंग के क्या प्रिंसिपल, क्या नॉर्म्स होने चाहिए और डेटा शेयरिंग का क्या सिस्टम होना चाहिए इन फ्यूचर में, उस पर उसके बाद हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं। कल के सेशन में हम जो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी का जो रोल होगा गवर्नेंस सिस्टम में या पब्लिक पॉलिसी मेकिंग में, उस पर हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं। थैंक यू फॉर एवरीवन। वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू आवर स्पॉन्सर हु हैव सपोर्टेड अस। वी आर ऑल्सो वेरी थैंकफुल टू आवर इंटेलेक्चुअल पार्टनर और एल्डर जिन्होंने हमें इसके लिए सपोर्ट किया और सहयोग किया। नमस्ते।
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey, for those words, and especially for reminding us that our greatest strength as humans is creativity, and we need to continue striving for that. Now, we are closing this session with a thank you to all the attendees and especially our chief guest for the inaugural session, Sri Kunteji, our keynote speaker, Mr. Nageshwaran, and Director Sir, Mr. Ramalanji, Deans, our special dignitaries, Satish Ji, faculty members, our sponsors who have joined here today, and our dear students. Now we are going to have a short break for, tea and snacks. May I request our guests to go to the DGMP 6th floor for the tea, and our students will be served at the foyer. We reassemble back at around after 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Just a moment, please. We would like to have a group photograph. Please wait for that before exiting. Thank you.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self.
I request all our faculty members to also join us for tea on the 6th floor. Thank you.
Reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at GAIL we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. GAIL, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. GAIL has grown organically and established its international presence in multiple key markets and gas trading across varied geographical and price indexations, positioning GAIL amongst the top 10 LNG portfolio marketers globally. All these attributes make GAIL the undisputed leader and preferred partner of choice of gas market in India. GAIL's pursuit to expand the natural gas network in India continues while ushering in the winds of change towards a greener world. With its unflinching commitment to achieve sustainable development goals and net zero target, GAIL has diversified into renewable energy resources. A slew of strategic moves have been adopted to achieve these targets. The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce, who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. GAIL has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in GAIL, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation and have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea, the golden sun casting bright light on our lives. This dream of an evergreen future is the reason for Young India's smile. And the commitment to bring it to life is GAIL India's passion till the last mile. Guided by the same passion and its goals of availability, accessibility, affordability and acceptability of natural gas, GAIL continues to strive for the nation's self-reliance and energy security. As a conscious corporate citizen, GAIL believes in its social purpose and actively engages in improving the lives of the marginalized and those at the periphery of economic and social development through its CSR interventions. GAIL has been running a digital advocacy initiative, the Hawa Badlo campaign, to combat the problem of air pollution by sharing real stories and several social experiments, resulting in visible behavioral changes in individual citizen level. In the pursuit of excellence and success, GAIL has shown exemplary courage, resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
I can see students walking in. Can you just message your friends? The session is about to start. Ask everybody to come inside.
All right, I think we can begin. So, welcome back. I hope the tea break was refreshing. After a very insightful inauguration session wherein we discussed how AI and automation can bring about a monumental change in the way we think, in the way we are structured as a society, but it has to be exercised with a lot of caution. Caution to make sure that the optimization and the efficiency that we expect out of AI and automated processes does not come at the cost of human society being disintegrated or there being extra complications in the way we sort of operate and live within the ecosystem that we've created for ourselves. With this, we move on to our first panel discussion for the day. So we have the panel on unlocking AI's potential in Indian fintech. And we are very, very privileged to be joined by industry experts for this panel. We have with us Mr. Abhinav Khare, Mr. Prasad Pimple, and Mr. Hiren Sanghvi as our panelists. And the panel is going to be moderated by our very own Professor Ranjini. I welcome all the panelists and the moderator to please take their place on the stage. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Right. Right. Now I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. Our first panel for the day is Mr. Hiren Sanghvi. He is the head of Emerging Market and Foreign Exchange Trading, HSBC India. Before joining HSBC in 2005, Mr. Sanghvi has worked across Indian private sector banks in various capacities in forex trading, structuring, and liquidity management, etc. He is a chartered accountant by training and has completed his master's from IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Sanghvi also has great experience in financial markets and has been a pioneer in integrating AI to enhance trading strategies and improve decision-making processes at HSBC. We welcome you here, sir. Thank you for being here. And now I would request Professor Sanjeev Verma to please felicitate Mr. Sanghvi. Thank you, sir. Our second panelist for the day is Mr. Abhinav Khare. He is the co-founder and CEO Odinmo, a senior private equity professional and Business World's 40 Under 40 awardee. He is an expert in the evolving domain of AI and also has a 2-decade-long career marked by diverse corporate board leadership roles. He has successfully led several business ventures, including serving as the CEO of a top Indian news group and co-founding a disruptive AI-based fintech startup. He holds an MS from ETH Zurich and has an MBA from London Business School. Mr. Khare has also been instrumental in driving cutting-edge AI solutions within the fintech sector, transforming the way financial services are delivered. His leadership at Odinmo has been marked by a commitment to innovation and a deep understanding of the evolving needs of the industry. Welcome you here, sir. Professor Verma, could you please also felicitate Mr. Abhinav Khare? Thank you.
Right. So our third panelist in this panel is Mr. Prasad Pimple. He is the Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business Unit at Conclave. He has worked across diverse sectors like banking, telecom, and insurance. His work is full funnel marketing and customer lifecycle management, and has given rise to several case studies with media and communication partners such as Google and Meta. His work has also been recognized through several accolades, including DMA Trailblazer Awards 2023, ELITS Insurance Innovation Awards 2023, and inclusion in the top 100 digital marketers by Adlift. Further, he is also on the advisory board of iMedia and AdTech Brand Summit India. We welcome you here, sir. Thank you. I would like to request Professor Rishita Gupta to please felicitate Mr. Pimple. Last but not the least, in this panel on fintech and its integration with AI and automation, we have Professor Ranjini as the moderator. Professor Ranjini is an associate professor in the finance and accounting area at IIM Mumbai. She is a fellow chartered accountant and cost accountant with over 2 decades of experience. She holds a PhD from SNDT University, Mumbai, and her PhD thesis was on the role and impact of commercial microfinance institutions in financial inclusion. Her research work includes collaboration with various microfinance businesses and a funded project developing an application wrapper innovation for small businesses transitioning to digital transactions. Professor Ranjini's academic work also includes co-authoring the case study on Sri Ram Temple, a fintech solution for large-scale project with colleagues at IIM Mumbai, which demonstrated her expertise in innovative financial solutions for major projects. Prior to academia, Professor Ranjini has worked as a business analyst, finance at Stock Holding Corporation of India Limited, wherein she applied theoretical knowledge to the real-world financial solution making. We welcome you, Professor Ranjini. It's a pleasure to have you moderate the panel. May I again request Professor Rishita Gupta to felicitate Professor Ranjini. Right. Professor Ranjini, I would like to request you to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Disha. Thank you for the warm words. A very good morning/afternoon to all, and we are starting late. So I will cut short my opening remarks to a very large extent, but I will just set the context. The session started with policy. So policy is where we look at the very big picture, but we now have practitioners from diverse fields, banking and technology and insurance, so all of which very extensively use AI. And I should probably stick my neck out and say that most of the fears that are expressed about AI, I think fintech, finance industry is one that is an early adopter, consistent adopter, and championing the inclusion of AI more and more and more into their business. So I think we are going to see more and more bots driving banking, insurance, more and more personas created for your specific needs in financial services. So I think this session and discussion is very much going to be about the exciting possibilities. If we are to say that the discussion will be between fear and excitement, I think this is going to veer towards excitement, possibly not have any element of fear at all, because we already have had a very good run of AI in financial solutions. So I would request first the panelists to start with why they are excited. I will start with Abhinav. He has a flight to catch, so probably he'll excuse himself in the midst. So every discussion probably will start with him, so we can excuse him faster.
So we build the banking technology for Middle East and North African banks. It is our job to be excited as the folks who are building the tech. जो पूरा terror होता है या जो fear वाला काम होता है वो central banks कर लेते हैं. So we, as usual, we work in a highly regulated environment. So as our job is just to ensure that all their fears are addressed. Otherwise, yes, the way banking is happening right now, it is going to completely evolve, completely change. I think I'll just mention one example. Back from my engineering days, I was studying at ETH Zurich, 2005-2006. So एक बहुत hotshot CEO था. He came from industry. तो from industry, he became a professor at ETH Zurich. And he set up the first R&D lab, which was funded by Nokia. 100 million उसने raise किया था उस समय, which was a really big deal back then, 2004-2005 में. So, and his course was completely sold out, waitlist tha, proper students, everyone wanted to attend that class. And ETH Zurich ke andar mein, there is also the cross subject registration is possible. So not only the engineering students, but everyone else, 80 लोगों की class है, काफी बड़ी waitlist है. I remember on the day one, he asked a question, that how many of you have clicked a photograph from your mobile phone? So almost everyone raised their hand. And then he said, how many of you have done it more than once? So ek bhi haath nahi utha. And these are the days when iPhone was not launched. BlackBerry was the most modern thing. So his conclusion as an industry pundit, his conclusion was that the normal cameras are there to stay. And phone ke upar kabhi bhi cameras nahi aayega. And then 2006 में the first time iPhone launch हुआ और उसके बाद सारे cameras obsolete हो गए धीरे-धीरे. So I feel right now in terms of AI, that is the exact situation we are facing. In our head, we are imagining that all the interfaces will remain as they are right now. Like the phones are there and the mobile apps are there and the web browsers are there. Backend का अगर पूरा technology अगर बात करते हैं, so they are more or less like the forms, the web forms and the rules engines, the process flows interlink with each other. I feel ये सारा the moment new interfaces are going to be launched in next 2 to 3 years time, ये सारा जो phone है as a device, I think it is gonna become obsolete. Once it becomes obsolete, once the new device which are AI ready, like Rabbit है या human AI pins हैं, they are not great execution, but once somebody has cracked it, phone obsolete हो जाएगा तो पूरा technology completely change हो जाएगा. And I'm super excited for the day when the entire core banking systems will be replaced just by a very powerful AI model. Which is capable of launching, the different smaller sentients or smaller AI agents capable of managing the cards or capable of launching, the lending products or the other products. So super excited. Fear once again, Reserve Bank ke liye chhod raha hai.
Thank you. So I think we can just take it ahead.
Yeah. So from again from life insurance industry, when we talk about AI and the excitement what we have around it, is purely from the concept of how do I simplify the customer experience, or how do I simplify the purchase journey or servicing journey for the customer, that entire part becomes very simplified, personalized, customized using AI. I'll give you some of the examples and the experimentations what we are currently doing and why they are bringing in a lot of enthusiasm. Number one is customer onboarding as a process. Now, when we talk about customer onboarding for any life insurance product, the products are not that simple for people to understand. That they always require an advisor to assist them in doing that journey or completing the journey, selecting the product, and it's a long-term contract. It's not even for a year. Some of the contracts of life insurance products last for 50 years. So when they are making a decision, they are making a decision for another 50 years. They want to be very sure, and hence they expect certain amount of assistance, advice coming from an expert. Now, where AI can come in, and already experimentations have started happening, that assistance and that advice can also come from a machine rather than a human being. So that those experimentations are on, and we are seeing some early success, especially for the places where currently the exposure, the people do not have the availability of the advisors, the availability of the people who can explain the product to them in a simpler manner and help them do that journey on their own. That availability is not there, that reach a AI-based advisor can offer. That's number one. The number two as a concept is awareness. We all know that in spite of so many years of life insurance business in India, our penetration, which is calculated on the basis of premium to the GDP ratio, has still hovering somewhere about low single digits, 3-4%, and it is there for a long time. It is increasing, but increasing very gradually. Now, reason is the concept of insurance is all about covering the risk of mortality, morbidity, and risk of longevity, that outliving your savings. People are aware about it, but they do not find immediate need to do it. A constant nudge is required. And the way the terminologies of insurance industry currently are put in, there are so many jargons involved into it, it becomes very difficult for customer to do that research on their own. They need that some assistance. And that's where the concept of AI, when it comes to the content creation, the Gen AI, when we talk about, today when I want to seek knowledge for a particular topic, I go to Google and search for that keyword. And then I get the plethora of list through which I can go through and get that knowledge and everything. Now tomorrow if I want to do that entire activity and I want to understand, my preference is to view videos and gain knowledge. Tomorrow if I want a customized video to be made, this is my requirement, this is my search requirement, I can just give that command to AI saying that I need information about this topic, having all those things, create a video for me and give it to me. Today that particular part has started happening, but at a very small scale, but it will increase and amplify significantly. The third important thing where we are again excited is when I am simplifying the journey, it also prone to a lot of frauds coming in. Let's talk about the digital business which I manage. I don't meet the customer. I do the entire journey online with the customer. A lot of frauds can come into the picture. So we have already set in some of the processes, AI-based solutions, like something as simple as a face scan and a liveliness check. So moment I am doing the journey, I can simply click a selfie of mine, and that selfie gives the understanding that this customer is alive, and his selfie is matching with the documentation what he has given. It reduces lot of friction which would have got created later on once manually we are checking all those details and not able to find a match about that particular customer. So that simplification of customer experience and enabling him to do that entire journey in a proper manner, that creates a lot of excitement. And like what he also mentioned about, I always believe that when it comes to industry and policymakers' relationship, it's all about a car can go as fast as how good the brakes are. Correct? So if we have that confidence that our policymakers today, Kunteji talked about so many things which are happening basis the government's decision-making process, how they are thinking about utilizing the AI as a part of most of the activities. That gives a lot of confidence to practitioners like us, the industry practitioners, that someone is looking at it from the break perspective, that something should not go wrong in this overall process, and that gives us a lot of confidence to drive fast, experiment with all these opportunities which AI is throwing at us. I think that's how I look at it, and that makes this process more exciting, because we understand that our regulators are looking at it from a similar perspective, but they are also thinking about protecting every stakeholder's interest into it.
Thank you for that. So before I come to you, Hiren, I just want to put in a perspective here that the earliest protests, mass protests that were launched for computerization, the largest employee segment that got represented was insurance and banks. They were in the forefront, leading the entire, computers will replace humans and, that kind of. So from there to where we are today, of course, we have witnessed what has happened. More importantly, I think we always, when we teach a case in class, we speak about business assumptions. The assumption at that point in time was that we will serve the customers that we've been serving so far. The thought that, you have to include many more. There are people who are outside the ambit of banking, and with your existing employee force or with just a manpower push, that is never going to happen, did not cross, I think, the minds of people at that point in time. They believe that the customers of banking will be the rich people who have money. The customers of insurance will be the people who are aware and who have something to lose. I think the entire automation, mechanization argument needs to be seen from an inclusion perspective, which was broadly missing at that point in time. What we today are seeing is that with this kind of technology adoption, to me, coming from the background that I come, to me the brightest star there, or the reason to be excited about, is that people who had no access to banking or insurance today are going to be serviced at a far lesser cost. It's going to become accessible to them. People are going to leave digital footprints through their social media engagements, and they're going to become eligible for bank loans. So it was not a possibility that was thought at one point in time. So I think while fear from a regulator perspective is very valid, the fear mongering that happens around any new technology, probably you will maybe share your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Professor Ravindra. So very valid point. So from that starting point where banks were not comfortable about this entire computerization and AI, to a point where we are been using these traditional AI models, machine learning models, for credit analytics or risk analytics, it's like a sea change, clearly. So the fact that clearly we can use AI today to get a lot more people into a banking segment purely because the numerical data is not available, but there are a lot many digital footprints, is something which we have really been seeing in the traditional AI, and that really kind of helps a bit on the inclusion side. My own job, for example, I trade markets. I'm in markets, so which is a lot more about foreign exchange, bonds and all that. I have really seen a very huge impact of AI on automation, in the sense, if many of you have seen maybe these movies on the markets, something like Wolf of Wall Street or whatever, you would really see these places as chaotic places, people really shouting around, sales guys, traders and all that. And that used to be a case 15 years back in my room. Now, in last 15 years, volumes have increased 2 or 3 times, but it is a much silent place. But what has happened? What has really happened is very clearly automation right from front to back, which has taken away all this chaos and converted into a lot main automated process. Something like a customer kind of asking, it's not on the phone, it's in whatever, some kind of data, some kind of chat. There is a new NLP program which converts that kind of unstructured chat into a structured query. Once it is a structured query, that is an algo which is able to pick that up. Once it is able to pick that up, it is able to kind of price looking at predictive analytics, which is where AI and machine learning comes in. And that's where I can see a huge kind of upgrade in our journey. But more importantly, what I'm excited about is not the traditional AI. No doubt we have kind of harnessed it a lot well, NLP, OCR, various other technologies, but Gen AI. Gen AI, no doubt, because we have started doing some cases and all that, and at least the more I kind of have started working on cases, I'm in that camp which believes that a lot of many people believe that the potential of Gen AI is just limited to your imagination. And I can see lot many use cases coming up just limited by what we as prompt engineers can manage. And just to kind of give 4 or 5 examples in my mind as to how we are really looking at Gen AI. Let's start this way. Generative AI, we know that the biggest benefit is the fact that it can generate, it can create photos, stories, or whatever you say. From a banking perspective, what it really means is there are non-value added works like generating some internal policies or generating some kind of a credit notes where there is an intelligence part and where there is just a simple process part. Now, if you give a context to this Gen AI machine, within that context, it is able to generate you a document which allows you to really kind of automate the non-intelligent work, leaving us to really start thinking about a lot more of the intelligent work, which is a lot more of how do you kind of service client better or how as I trade the markets better. So which is the creation part. But more than that, that's the right brain activity. But even in the left brain activity, where traditional AI is good, there are a lot many benefits I can see with Gen AI. Just to start, one is analysis. See, historically, we have been using this machine learning models, but they've all been on arithmetic data, numerical data. Numerical data captures some part, but clearly Gen AI takes it to a next level where your analysis, because of whatever the NLP text and all that, is also sentiment. So now to catch numerical as well as sentiment and convert that into some kind of a predictive analysis is just kind of taking a lot more, and which is where your point comes in. In the sense, if you really go to rural areas, people may not have banking history. But I'm sure they are really putting the digital footprints, being a part of some committees here and there or whatever and all that. If there was a model which could kind of even incorporate that part, I'm sure many fintechs today use WhatsApp and all that. But Gen AI can take it to a next level. You are really able to look at all set of data to make your assessment on the credit history and all that. And hopefully that will bring in a lot more into the banking fold. Analysis part, as I said, it's not just data and text, but post the analysis, comparison. It now Gen AI is just able to compare. For example, just as an example, let's assume with a customer, I have an agreement. A customer gives their form of agreement, and I give my form of an agreement. Just put it into Gen AI, and you are able to see what are the places of agreement where there is a common point and where there is a differences. So then we are just attacking the differences rather than wasting time in everything. Now that is horizontal. Vertical comparisons. I'm in markets. I want to understand how Reserve Bank of India policy has evolved over a period. If I put the RBI policy documents of last 10 years, it is going to search everywhere and really not tell me what is the current policy, but also tell me how, let's say, assume the liquidity management of RBI or the monetary policy thinking has changed over a period. For a human being to go through that much source of data, get that context is a lot more difficult. So that's where comparison helps. Now, apart from comparison, you are really talking of contextual answers. Again, to me, a very powerful use case, and I can see that just a couple of months back. A couple of months back, we have a branch in Gift City, and we wanted to understand whether one particular product, known as a total return swap, can be done out of Gift City to a non-resident client. Now, if you really see this question, because there is a non-resident involved, there is an RBI guideline angle. You have to sift through all the RBI guidelines. This is known as an ODI, override derivative instruments. So there is a SEBI guideline involved. And since you are in a gift city, there are IFSCA guidelines. And because you are a foreign bank, there is a context of what a foreign bank can do or what a foreign bank cannot do to international investor. Now, a question like this, who can solve it? Historically, a legal person, but a legal person has to understand all these laws. And RBI has number of guidelines. There, obviously, then it is the experience. And one is really limited by the experience of how much laws one does know as to how much one can do it. We actually just tested it out. We just feed it few documents into the Gen AI and tried to kind of seek answer from us. And to our surprise, we had to go to a legal expert purely because there were so many guidelines involved. But given the context, the answer from Gen AI was not really very, very far from where the legal expert gave us the answer. And that it was able to contextualize and assimilate across guidelines. Now, this is a very, very powerful kind of a tool available for us. And that kind of covers it for us in terms of what all is possible. And last, there are so many use cases which can discuss over the period. But one last thing, at least I see this Gen AI as being a lot more powerful, is the fact that as a user, historically, if it was a machine learning and other techniques, there always used to be a data scientist. I was a user. I had to give my problem to them. There was always this issue of translation. Now, that issue with Gen AI goes away because NLP, it understands my language and communicates to me as in my language. I've actually become a data scientist now. So as long as I am able to prompt it, there are right questions as such, it is able to understand my context and answer to me whatever is possible. And now, if you really see all this, what you are really saying is left brain intelligence, right brain intelligence, many of us human beings have it, but not all of us have everything. Here you are talking of a being which has all this, a lot of human intelligence, more importantly, a superhuman memory. Not all humans can remember everything when I really talk of RBI laws or Fed or whatever and all that, but it has lots of data with it. And with that, the potential to me is just immense on what you can do. And we can possibly discuss one or two higher level case studies. But I stop there, mentioning that genuinely, the fact that with this, clearly the future is a lot more kind of there. But I will also caveat with the fact that while these are all potentials, AI does not always give right answer. There is always this issue of hallucination, which is mentioned. There is always this bias, which sir mentioned, and all that. So we as a banks, no doubt, at least from our side, are going to go a little slow. Try to ensure that there are guardrails around around data privacy, around things like biases or hallucination, so that we are able to use it as a tool in a little safer hand. More importantly, we don't really see this as taking away jobs. I'm sure some jobs are going to go for the low end, but just more augmenting some of our high end jobs. But for that, obviously, we will need to have all these guardrails which I mentioned. And that's something which we are working on. But in next 3 to 5 years, we can definitely see a lot many use cases. Thanks.
So, I mean, like I promised you, I think we are only seeing excitement and more of excitement. Caution, of course, like Abhinav says, will come from the RBI. That's their job to worry, so they will worry. But there is a little bit of worry here. Like when you say that technology, you create technology that will guide the financial services, etc. Is there any time you worry or the industry worries that there could be a disconnect between technology and the consumer, and therefore you're pushing technology that probably your consumer doesn't want. It's pushed by him. It's not really pushed by the user. So then is there a fear that you are giving a lot of things but probably not what people want? Is that a fear at any point in time?
No, so I work in startup. हम लोगों में मतलब even if we want, it's not possible. Product market fit नहीं आएगा. So sometime it happens. We are constantly dabbling around, with new technology, with new products, and a lot of time customers they do not show us love, and in that case we discontinue, we scrap that product. So it's impossible. अगर कस्टमर को नहीं चाहिए तो उसको बेच ही नहीं सकते हैं. Product market fit ही नहीं आता है. So a lot of time, the big corporate houses, the big banks, they can afford it. They could continue to run a new technology even if the customers they do not want, because they have the kind of resources and the deep pockets which are required to run it for a couple of years before realizing कि नहीं ये नहीं चल रहा है. Startup में ऐसा होता ही नहीं है. Like आप बहुत हुआ तो 3 महीना 6 महीना 9 महीना आप कर सकते हो अपने उसके ऊपर. Product market fit नहीं आ रहा है तो वो अपने आप ही discontinue हो जाएगा product. So not at all. So it's not just about technology. The customer, the regulators, the banks, everyone, the entire ecosystem has to be ready, and the timing for that product has to be right. अगर आपने too early हैं तो भी आप fail हो रहे हैं, too late है तो भी fail हो रहे हैं, तो it always has to be, you know, at the right time. तो वो concern नहीं है, मतलब हमें तो real time result मिलता रहता है ना, अगर if customer is not paying, तो product has failed, so we'll wait for it, the industry to mature before we, you know, once again try it out.
So, how I look at it, that many a times consumers do not know what do they want. That need is all normally latent in nature, correct? And it's all about the experimentation. Like for example, when we all like we have got habituated to a WhatsApp like concept, which is texting, correct? If I talk about 10 years back or maybe 15 years back, nobody had ever thought about texting prior to calling, correct? So that was the concern. So consumers might not be knowing. It's all about the adoption of the technology. Many times what happens, we bring the technology to simplify something for the customer. Customer might not adopt to that technology and it might fail. A classic example, maybe 4 years, 5 years down the line, we all were talking about a concept of metaverse. Right? In the similar forum, like we are talking about the AI today, we were talking about metaverse and how that metaverse is going to change the entire world, the way we interact with each other. Human beings might not become that social and we might interact virtually with each other. All games the today's kids are playing are virtual games, even they might not like interacting socially in the future. All those fears were there. But adoption of that particular technology was not done and it has slowly gone into the backstage. I am not saying that it has completely died down. What he also mentioned that consumers of tomorrow might become mature to adopt to that particular technology after 10 years, 15 years down the line. But today they are not ready and hence they are not using it. Hence, I believe customer is always right, customer is the king, and he needs to desire things. Technology companies or technology teams should deliver that experience. If it works, go ahead with it, enhance it. If it doesn't work, keep it in the back burner. That's how it will happen over the period. And it's not just about customers, it's also about the internal stakeholders of the organization. Many times what happens that we create a technology, but customers don't manage to adopt it in the proper manner because we don't push it in the proper manner. As a company, if our own employees are not geared for that particular technology, are not using that technology, are not excited about that technology, then it is least likely that technology will go to the customers and they start using it. So it's always about exciting everybody about technology and allow them to find the use case and adopt to that particular technology.
I have a more insurance specific question to you because yesterday we had a session from Reliance Nippon. So the question is more from there that insurance is a very fraud prone industry. And they speak about, so yesterday the story was this woman had insured her children and her son died and there were some 3 or 4, all of them had honored the claims and Reliance came and put a stop there and they realized that the gap between her first and third child was 18 months, which means there could not have been a second child. And then of course how agents go and push the wrong kind of, so all of these. But fundamentally, because of your front loading, because you do the major commission in the first year and your excessive push, on acquisition of new customers, rather than maybe awareness building, rather than giving the right product to the right person. So while I appreciate this technology push, and of course, yesterday also he was very excited about how technology could weed out frauds, how technology could weed out, agents suboptimal behavior, employees for all you use technology. Why do you incentivize suboptimal behavior in the first place is my question. Now the question arises because with the kind of knowledge and with the kind of data that you have, isn't it possible to devise more equitable policies that could be sold to a larger public, because micro insurance still seems to be a government uh, initiated thing rather than the companies having taken up micro insurance. So what are your thoughts?
So, first I'll just start breaking that question to multiple parts. You mentioned about that insurance is pushed, people follow up with customers like anything, and it is actually.
Insurance agent jokes, right?
So, if that was the scenario, our penetration would not have remained in the low single digits. It's all about what customer also believes in it. It's a normally when insurance is sold, it is sold in a context. It's sold as a story, correct? If term insurance I talk about, where the least penetration is currently in the market because of the total life insurance policies what we are selling today, a pure term contribution might not be even 10% of it. So, if that is the scenario, and we are talking about life insurance being life insurance and it has to be pushed, it is all starts with our cultural belief that something bad will not happen to me. If something bad happens, it will happen to my neighbor, but not to me. So it all starts by that belief, and hence we feel that everybody is pushing for a particular product. I am not denying the fact that when they are pushing, some malpractices might be happening. Yes, those definitely happen. But the way the percentage of complaints which are coming down in the insurance industry overall, that is all because of the way insurance industry has taken the steps with the help of technology to reduce that particular part. And major times I mentioned at the start of the conversation as well, insurance is not an easy subject to understand. Term insurance is the simplest form. I pay this much premium, I get this much cover. But rest of the savings and investment products are not easier to understand from the customer's perspective. They can misunderstand the product and they can also get misled by somebody. And that's where the entire effort of the insurance industry has come in, with the help of AI as well as with the help of human interventions, where people started doing the verification calls to the customers. They started re-explaining the product to the customer. They started understanding whether there is any misunderstanding with the customer in terms of the product's features and benefits. So that particular part is already there. And now on top of it, this layer of AI and Gen AI which has come in, which will get used and utilized to make this overall experience simpler and easier for the customers. Second part, what you talked about, the micro insurance and how do we go about taking our solution to multiple things. Here as well, technology is coming to help us. So now it is more about a ecosystem play. Earlier, what used to happen, if I talk about any life insurance purchase today, customer has a perception about it. It will be complicated. They might ask me to go for medical test. They might ask for a lot of documents which I might not have, and hence I should not go for an insurance kind of product. But today, the kind of bundling what we are doing with the multiple ecosystems, where just to give you a small example, there is a fitness band what a lot of people purchase. There is a company called Goki. We are tied up with them. In some of their devices, we have already bundled life insurance solution. So customers are getting used to having a life insurance solution as a part of their ecosystem. Once they understand it, then they will be more open in terms of purchasing it on their own and investing their time and energy. Today, if customers are also taking the decision just because somebody is coming and pushing them for a product, I think it's not a correct situation to be in. Customer has to purchase the product, understanding it is going to fulfill one of his needs. And that particular part will happen slowly, gradually, when we start integrating with multiple ecosystems and start offering the products. And third thing, what you talked about, the fraud part of it. This is the session you had yesterday. Now, fraud, wherever, so in Marathi, there is a famous saying, jithe kali tithe ali. Means wherever there is a flower or bud, you will always find some worm around that particular part. That will happen. It's all about how do we weed out it. With every crop, you'll have weeds. But how do you weed out that entire process? That process is more important than anything else. And that's where what I mentioned, that we also face a lot of challenges in our online business, because I'm not seeing the customer. People were coming and taking a dead man insurance, because some of the savings and investment product doesn't require you to go for a physical medical. They were taking that particular product and filing a claim after some time. Now to weed out those things, we have got into the solutions like selfie check. Now we have few video call which is happening on with the system, not with the person. Those things are there to weed out all these bad practices of the processes. That's how we look at it.
थोड़ा सा contrary point though.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So मुझे लगता है कि the Indian insurance industry, they need to start focusing on the claim reimbursement. As a customer, and I'm giving my experience as a customer of insurance industry from different countries. France में term insurance, health insurance सब था, it always used to work. Switzerland में it worked, and these are the places where I've lived. England में it worked. अभी भी I'm an NRI based out of Dubai. इंडिया में अगर मेरी कार अगर टकराती है, I don't even try कि इंश्योरेंस उसको कवर करे. My wife had an accident में BMW का 4.85 lakhs का उसका टोटल था. From the workshop guy to everyone said कि सर आप खुद करवा लो, 4.85 lakhs की जगह 2.5 लाख 3 लाख में मैं काम कर दूंगा. कहाँ इंश्योरेंस के चक्कर में पड़ रहे हो, आपके 3 months वेस्ट होंगे. पुलिस वाले हैं, उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं आप FIR क्यों करवा रहे हो, हमारा रिकॉर्ड्स खराब होगा एंड सो ऑन. ऑन द अदर हैंड दुबई में कार अगर हल्की सी स्क्रैच होती है मेरी, in next 10 to 15 minutes a cop would come right there at the spot. आपको कोई रोड रेज नहीं है. यहाँ गाड़ी जैसे ही टकराती है सबसे पहले, फॉर्चुनेटली आई लिव इन बेंगलुरु, तो वहाँ रोड रेजेस नहीं होता है. अगर दिल्ली हो तो वहाँ तो पहला स्टेप होता है कि आप डंडा निकालते हो अपनी कार से, राइट. तो दुबई में अगर आपकी कार स्क्रैच होती है, आप शराफत से हाथ मिलाते हो एक दूसरे से, हेलो सर हाउ आर यू, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, गाड़ी साइड में शोल्डर में पार्क करा, पुलिस वाला आएगा वहाँ का दुबई का. In less than 5 to 10 minutes, he will decide आपकी गलती है या आपकी गलती है. अगर आपकी गलती है तो आपका इंश्योरेंस जो है वो दोनों का डैमेज कवर करेगा. अगर सामने वाले की गलती है तो उसका इंश्योरेंस कवर करेगा. बट इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ एनीथिंग, कोई रोड रेज नहीं होती है, कोई मारा पीटी नहीं होती, कोई गाली गलौज नहीं होती है. इंटायर थिंग इज डन इन 10 मिनट्स. एक 2 फॉर्म्स होते हैं, रेड फॉर्म एंड ग्रीन फॉर्म. जिसकी गलती है उसको पिंक वाला फॉर्म दे दिया जाता है एंड इट जस्ट वर्क्स. From there to health to everything it works. India mein I don't even bother. I mean, and I am probably as aware a customer as you would get. I just don't trust insurance. यहाँ नहीं चलता, यहाँ काम नहीं करता. I don't even want to waste time. अगर कुछ होगा तो उसको claim करेंगे, फिर 6 महीने बाद पता नहीं कुछ होगा कि नहीं. इंडिया में frankly even for high net worth individual, the actual term insurances, मैंने अपनी बेटियों के लिए वहाँ पर ज़मीन खरीद ली है, यहाँ पे मॉल में एक शोरूम खरीद लिया. That is our insurance. And because of that, affordability तो अभी है. लेकिन more importantly, 20 years down the line, when we are talking about India becoming a $40 trillion economy, the affordability is going to go 20x. Even at that time, if the Indian insurance industry, if they do not sort, their own practices in terms of reimbursement claims, वो penetration 4% के ऊपर नहीं जाएगा. हम पे कर सकते हैं, उसके बाद भी नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि मिलना ही नहीं है कुछ. इट्स जस्ट अ वेस्टेज ऑफ टाइम. आई मीन कार का भी आई एम प्रीटी श्योर हाफ ऑफ यू और मेजॉरिटी ऑफ यू वुड एग्री, कार का इंश्योरेंस या गाड़ी का इंश्योरेंस इसलिए करते हैं क्योंकि रास्ते में जो टोल है वो उठाकर आपका कहीं चालान न बना दे. इट्स नॉट बिकॉज वी बिलीव कि द कार इंश्योरेंस गाइज वुड कवर आवर क्लेम. कितने % लोग हैं जिनका एक्सीडेंट में आप लोगों को एक्सपीरियंस रहा हो कि आपका इंश्योरेंस कवर हुआ है. एंड ऑटोमोबाइल बाय द वे इज द मेजर. हाथ उठेंगे कुछ? So you can just see, right? So 2 out of what? नहीं. So ये मेरा experience है, and I'm doing this after a comparison between 5 countries.
We come from a high expectation and a low delivery. We all are born and raised here, so our expectations are generally low, which means the delivery quality is always higher than what we expect. It's not as bad.
Just to add to the point that our claim settlement ratio as on today, entire life insurance industry is 99.6%.
Kotak Life, my dear ladies and gentlemen, 99.6% is the coverage rate. So we feel your pain. I think the AI here should also integrate gali galoj and all of that as part of the language. That should be the next evolution. So.
Yeah, but on that original question, whether we worry that there will be products which the customers may not require and we would kind of manufacture them. Is that a possibility? Yes. It's very much possible that we could start manufacturing products which customers may not want. But does it worry us? actually not doesn't worry us, but we look at it as an opportunity actually in context of AI. And why do I mention that? I think Kunteji made a very, very good point. He said that with AI, a lot of a decision making goes away from gut feeling and it becomes a lot more data oriented. Now, how does that help us? None of us know what customer wants and all that. Obviously, we would have been kind of, not all of us are Bill Gates or whatever. But if there is a tool where if I offer something to the market and on a real-time basis, I am able to understand whether it's working or not, and which means I am able to cut loss my whatever product rollout if it doesn't work, and if AI helps me, then very clearly my own risk appetite to try out more such a tools actually increases. So what we really call of reinforcement learning in AI, in the sense many of these AI models are very much capable of actually figuring out the market sentiment and iterate with the world and feed on to the production team or whatever is team. So to me, it's a very, very good world where you can try out a lot more, but not be wedded with what was kind of happening in the earlier world, but with a benefit of an AI, weed out which is not working and continue to kind of offer what is working. So a win-win situation in my mind.
I think that's a very fair way to look at this. I am checking the time on your behalf because you're getting late. I'm getting a bit stressed. Okay. So one question that possibly I am just taking the discussion as we are flowing because I'm not sticking, you must see, to my original questions. The questions could be more interesting, I think. So one thing about technology, any kind of technology, is the democratization. So you said, for example, that at one point, you had to, there was so much of data, you had to talk to a data specialist and then they would in turn feed the questions. But now, you don't have to be a data expert, you can just go and put your question in Gen AI. So, most of the way we are doing business today, for example, I'm not going to need an intermediary to tell me what insurance I need. I'm just going to go put a few questions, customize my own insurance, and then I am going to tell Kotak that this is the insurance that looks like it fits my lifestyle. Or probably at some point in time, all of your markets that today are working on a central basis, everybody is going to buy a little bit of, in bits and pieces. Today we already buy equity like that. We will probably be buying land like that. So this democratization, my question here is, how will it affect the cost structure? Is that going to increase the operating costs exponentially, or will it give you scale economies? How are you seeing that panning out?
I can, at least from first thought process I have, obviously this has to be kind of processed in mind. I do think in banking industry, at least in the products which we have seen, as you increase the scale, the per unit cost reduces. And whenever there is competition, you always ensure that per unit cost actually gets passed on to a consumer. And we have seen number of industries, in the sense mobile industries. We started with, for example, a voice call at 16 rupees per whatever. Many of these guys may not know, but we'll know. We'll know for sure. As customers increased and all that, and you could distribute across, it really came down to a level where today India is one of the lowest kind of data market. Many of our banking products, I can see in my markets or whatever, when it starts, it's low. So democratization, very clearly, as long as you are able to reach as many segment, you are able to distribute the fixed cost, and most likely it is going to reduce the cost. The issue is to try to really kind of democratize it. There are upfront costs. So for example, in a pharma company, you do realize that there are upfront R&D costs and all that. So clearly it starts with a higher cost and all that, but as and when things become mass market, no doubt it's really going to help the consumers.
I'll support this specifically for the AI industry. So OpenAI का जो API जो charges थे per dollar, the amount of token they used to distribute in 2023 versus now, there is a 79% reduction in cost. एंड उसका मतलब एग्जैक्ट रीज़न है कि शुरू में जो बातें हैं तो बहुत अपफ्रंट कैपेक्स लगा, उनको बड़े बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स इस्टेब्लिश करने पड़े. एनवीडिया सडनली द स्टॉक शॉट अप. But then we realized, I mean, the industry realized, the Meta came, the Anthropic came, Perplexity came, and all those open source initiative came, and suddenly the Google also caught up, and we realized that OpenAI is not, that amazing anymore compared to what we were expecting in 2022. So uska cost kam hua. So I feel one part. I mean, he has given a very good example of about the telecom. India was nowhere in the race in terms of the internet connectivity and all, because we never invested in the broadband line, and we suddenly leapfrogged directly to the mobile data and became a superpower. I don't think anywhere in the world, I travel a lot, anywhere in the world, the data is, the quality of reception is as awesome compared to the cost. Excellent value for money. I'm hoping that we will, the India will repeat the same success in AI. We missed out the internet bus. I mean, we do not have a single great tech company coming out of India which is being used globally. Perhaps AI is going to change that, perhaps. And it's a big opportunity for us because high scale पर हम लोग का DNA शुरू से ही होता है. I mean, when I started, selling to the banks abroad, we realized कि हमारे जो numbers हैं इंडिया में, उनको imaginations में भी नहीं आते उतने number. I would say, I run a very small company and I have just 75 million monthly active users for a media. वो उन लोगों के 5 countries मिलाकर 10 country मिला के population नहीं होती है जितना हमारे यहाँ पे media में number 7, number 8, number 9 के पास जितना traffic होता है. तो हमारा DNA from the day one, and that's where earlier, if you see the telecom companies like Bharti, Airtel and all, they became hugely successful when they entered Africa and all, क्योंकि हमें high volume पे कम margins में धंधा करना आता है शुरुआत से. So I think this AI probably is going to be, India's century. अगर ढंग से, especially the students here, if you guys, instead of trying all of you to try and become the consultants or investment banker, अगर tech में आने का अगर अभी decide करते हैं तो हम लोग बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं.
टेक से भाग के इधर आए.
No, मैं भी वहाँ पर ही था. So I know day zero पे सबको consulting crack करना होता है, सबको McKinsey जाना होता है, नहीं तो सबको investment bank में जाना होता है. Trading of course was always a dream job, but एक बार tech को chance देकर देखो, it might be our century.
So I completely agree that economies of scale, obviously it works and it's more of a capital expenditure which gets like break even happen after some time. So except one place where this economies of scale doesn't work in our Indian context is a digital marketing, correct? That incremental reach basis the segmentation, basis the customization, basis the personalization, it comes as a far higher cost. The cost of acquisition increases multifold. Even if I use AI with Google, AI with Meta and everything, segmentation on top of it, personalization, customization comes at a significantly higher cost. So that's the only area where it is not working. Otherwise, everything else is fine.
So I am just thinking that this interesting conversation, there is just one chance because Abhinav is in a hurry. So we have a tech person, we have an insurance person, we have a banking person. That too, like he said, the ones that you all love, the one in markets, the one who's doing the trading and all that. So I think we should give a chance for a few questions from the audience side. You have a question already? Yeah. Make the questions relevant to the panel, please.
I have a question for Khare sir. You mentioned about OpenAI, and so in the context of Indian startups, do you think that the API cost, the cost related to compute having GPUs is a significant barrier to entry for say Indian startups? And the second thing is, do you think reliance on say OpenAI or any other firms of, in the US is potentially a threat to the Indian startup ecosystem, say in terms of data privacy and things like that?
Okay, so basically two questions. Part one is whether Indian startup could compete on the computation. So originally, 3 years ago, no one was aware AI industry किस तरह से काम करता है. और उस समय इसका काफी बड़ा हाइप था कि स्पेशली सैम ऑल्टमैन ने जब आकर बोला कि कंप्यूटेशन पे तो तुम compete कर नहीं सकते हो. देन इंडियन लोग हैं, हम लोगों ने जुगाड़ी करना शुरू करा. व्हाट वी रियलाइज इज कि किसी भी एआई मॉडल को प्रिपेयर करने के लिए 3 पॉसिबल अप्रोचेस हैं. एक है कि आप पूरा मॉडल स्क्रैच से बनाओ, उसको अपने डेटा पे ट्रेन करो और उसके बाद उसको मार्केट में लॉन्च करो. सो दिस इज द ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच जो ओपन एआई या बाकी अमेरिकन कंपनीज करती हैं. अब उसका ऑब्वियसली हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है. लाइक एक ट्रेनिंग सबसे ज्यादा अगर आप जनरली स्पीकिंग तो टोटल कंप्यूटेशनल रिसोर्सेज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर ट्रेनिंग अ मॉडल वर्सेस फाइन ट्यूनिंग इट लेटर ऑलमोस्ट 20 to 30x का डिफरेंस होता है. तो बहुत हाई 30, 40, 50, 60, $70 million का ट्रेनिंग हो जाता है. हमें रियलाइज हुआ हम नहीं कर सकते हैं वो. सो व्हाट वी डिड वाज ओपन सोर्स कम्युनिटी से एग्जिस्टिंग प्री ट्रेन मॉडल उठाए, उसके ऊपर अपने गार्ड रेल्स बिल्ड करे, उसको फाइन ट्यून किया. एंड इट्स नॉट जस्ट फ्रॉम द प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग बट रैक कर एक सेटअप कहलाता है, उसके थ्रू किया. Right away the cost became 1/20th. So जो चीज ओपन एआई फॉर एग्जांपल 60 मिलियन में अगर वो ट्रेन कर रहा है, हम उसको उसका 1/20th कॉस्ट पे हम कर सकते हैं. सो वी एक्सपेरिमेंटेड विद इट. Results were almost 90-95% there. So इस तरह से हम लोग कर सकते हैं. इंडियन जनता है, हम लोग जुगाड़े हमेशा ढूंढ लेंगे जुगाड़ उसके. The second part is whether this kind of collaboration between Reliance is a threat for the Indian startup ecosystem. No, you're talking about? See, तो it's like infra उन्होंने बना दिया है, उन लोगों के पास यूज करने वाले थोड़ी है ना अभी भी. I'm working in Middle East, वहाँ पे similar story है. UAE में, सऊदी में they have acquired, bought बहुत सारे chips खरीद लिए उन्होंने, और उनके पास कोई use cases नहीं है, खाली पड़ा हुआ है. तो use करने वाले लोग भी तो चाहिए. Eventually they will open it up for the startup community, so that's going to be a big advantage. One big threat that I personally see is almost like the East India company thing. हम लोग रॉ मटेरियल विच इज आवर डेटा वो हम बेच रहे हैं अमेरिकन, चाइनीज, फ्रेंच, यूके. अभी मेजर अगर बात करें, अमेरिका के पास 4 बड़े एआई जाइंट्स हैं, फ्रॉम मेटा टू गूगल टू ओपन एआई टू एवरीवन. इजराइल में ओपन एआई का को फाउंडर इलिया, उसने इजराइल में स्टार्ट किया SSI, सेफ सुपर इंटेलिजेंस करके. यूके पे ऑलवेज डीप माइंड था. फ्रांस में मिस्ट्राल चला गया. चाइना के पास उनके जो बेडू से लेकर बाकी सारे जो हैं 3-4 बड़े मॉडल्स में बन रहे हैं. इंडिया एंड रशिया, दीज आर द ओनली 2 मेजर कंट्रीज जिसके पास अभी वी डू नॉट हैव सीट ऑन द टेबल. सो एक बहुत बड़ा जो रिस्क है वो ये है, वी नीड टू हैव द रेगुलेशंस अराउंड सेफगार्डिंग आवर डेटा सॉवरेनिटी. मतलब हमारे रिसोर्सेज पे, जैसे पहले ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी हमारे काली मिर्ची को ले जाकर वहां पे बड़े भाव में बेचती थी. सिमिलरली राइट नाउ द इंटायर वर्ल्ड्स एआई इज गेटिंग ट्रेन्ड ऑन इंडियन डेटा, एंड यूरोप के डेटा को वो अलाउ नहीं कर रहे हैं. यूरोप ने अपने आप को गार्ड कर लिया है. सो इवन इन 2024, इवन व्हेन वी बिलीव दिस इज प्रीटी मच वी आर द tier 1 ऑफ द कंट्री, राइट. इंडिया का tier 1.1% लोग बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पर. We do not have the similar rights compared to a European. उनका डेटा है, हमारा डेटा नहीं है. So वो हमारा जो कुछ भी है वो सब उनके पास जा रहा है. They are utilizing it constantly to build their model. वो वापस हम ही को बेचेंगे, हमारा सामान हम ही को बेचेंगे दोबारा, and which is not happening with. So I just hope in 2024 the world needs equality. एक वाइट यूरोपियन की जितनी प्राइवेसी की राइट है उतनी हमारी होनी चाहिए. वी ट्राइड इट. जो डेटा प्राइवेसी का डेटा प्रोटेक्शन जो लॉ बना था फर्स्ट टाइम में वो पास नहीं हुआ, बिकॉज वंस अगेन द फॉरेन जो लार्ज टेक जाइंट्स हैं उनका बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग लॉबी है दिल्ली में. So I'm hoping that with a think tank like CPRG, these things will change. We finally will get the data protection laws in this country, which will ensure कि हमारी जो power है वो हमारे पास रहे. We have the right to privacy as well, like Europeans. तो वो मेरे लिए मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ा threat है that the government and the regulators they really need to step up. अगर 10 साल तक अगर वो लॉ नहीं होता है तो वो तो सब कुछ इररिलेवेंट हो जाएगा था। मतलब चाहे आप इन्होंने जो गोकी का एग्जांपल दिया, हमारे स्मार्ट वॉचेस के कारण हमारा बहुत ही पर्सनल डेटा इंक्लूडिंग आवर सेंटिमेंट्स, द वे एक द फर्स्ट टाइम अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड को देखकर जो एकदम दिल की धड़कन बढ़ती है वो भी एप्पल के पास है। सो ये हमारी प्राइवेसी तो प्राइवेसी नहीं है, दिस शुड चेंज।
But on data privacy, I just want to make one point. No, it's a fair point. But mitigations, and somewhere I'm a fan of generative AI, and that's why I'm just trying to bring the concepts there and all that. If you see data privacy, generative AI, as I said, we are limited by imagination. There is one concept which is evolving in generative AI known as synthetic data. So, and I'm sure you are aware, but that's a very powerful tool to ensure data privacy. What do we mean by that? See, what does a generative AI do? In a generative AI, it can create. Today, I give a photo of Hiren Sanghvi. I tell them that these are the features of Hiren Sanghvi, but create a photo with the same features, but a very different photo, it will be able to do it. Now, with generative AI, if I want to transfer data, where I retain the same features, but not something where the data can be triangulated back to people, there is this concept that you can create a synthetic data. Now, what is the benefit of it? You have been able to transfer data to people around for the analysis or whatever and all that, but at the still same time, retain the privacy of it. How much is it going to work? I don't know. But in my mind, this is definitely a promising field. And that's why I kind of believe that Gen AI, it's imagination where things get limited.
Interesting part, by the way, generative AI is based on the transformer model. Transformer model, once again, किसने बनाया? Indian ने बनाया. Benefit कौन ले रहा है? Everyone else. So I'm really hoping the government wakes up, creates the law that protects our data. क्योंकि ये जो सारे जो कॉन्सेप्ट है सिंथेटिक डेटा के भी वो यूरोप में यूज करेंगे, बट इंडिया का तो जो एक्चुअल डेटा है वो उनको मिल रहा है कि बिना किसी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस के, तो उनको कोई जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ सब का करने की. एंड बाय द वे इंडिया ऑलवेज हैज बीन नोन स्पेशली इन द वेब 2.2 वर्ल्ड, जो इंटरनेट वाला जो एरा था, कि इट्स अ क्लिक फार्म. सो फेसबुक से लेकर सारी जो कंपनीज यहाँ पर आती है ताकि यहाँ से डेटा जनरेट करके सिंथेटिक डेटा बनाने में बहुत सारे रिस्क है, एक्सपेंसिव है, कई बार पैटर्न मैच नहीं होते हैं, कई बार उतना रियल नहीं होता है. तो जब एक्चुअल डेटा मिल रहा है भारतीयों का तो वो उठा रहे हैं ना वो. तो आई एम रियली होपिंग कि इसके ऊपर में थोड़ा सा गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर प्रेशर बनाया जाए, थोड़ी सी एकेडमिक सर्कल से, स्टूडेंट बॉडी से बात करना शुरू हो. डेटा प्राइवेसी इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, एक्सट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. अगर जो राइट यूरोपियन को है, दिस इज जस्ट अ न्यू फॉर्म ऑफ स्लेवरी बाय द वे, दैट डॉग्स एंड इंडियंस आर नॉट अलाउड इनसाइड द रेस्टोरेंट. सिमिलरली प्राइवेसी इज फॉर यूरोपियन, इंडियन के लिए प्राइवेसी अलाउड नहीं है अभी. वो चेंज होना चाहिए.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. My question is to Mr. Sanghvi. Earlier in trading, fundamental analysis and technical analysis were the two main school of thoughts. And now with the help of generative AI and with the help of AI models, how has technical analysis changed through the days? And secondly, in India, the regularities of the stock market are very much with respect to US or say Europe. So how difficult is it to it managed in India, and what are the challenges faced by it? Thank you.
Yeah, a fair point. So I think the core remains the same. It is still a combination of fundamental analysis and technical analysis. No doubt, generative AI and various AIs kind of get information well embedded into fundamental and technical analysis. So in my mind, what all these new technologies do is just augment what we are doing. So hypothetically, let me take an example of technical analysis. Technical analysis earlier used to be little static with lot many machine learning models and even the traditional machine learning. You are able to do it lot more real time, and then also add little bit snippet of news information which kind of quickly translates into the next sentiment analysis. So it's not that there is a third field which is developing, or at least I am unable to see it that way. Presumably it happens that way, but at this point of time, it is just that all these techniques kind of help you augment a lot more of fundamental as well as technical analysis. So for example, company reports. In a fundamental analysis, very quickly a company report comes into the market. Somebody has to read the report earlier. But in today's world, as soon as the report comes, you put it on a generative AI or whatever, any AI platform, it can give you a summary very quickly, it can give you some sentiment very quickly, and you are able to respond very quickly to that. So the fundamental structure has not changed, it's just that it has allowed you to kind of react it a lot more quickly. So that's the way I'm kind of seeing the scape involving that it just augments what we have been doing for now.
Because we are really out of time. Yeah, please.
DAI. So do you think, like, and I understand that right now we are a fan of AI, but do you think that AI integration to these businesses can create biases? And recently I heard Mr. Sanjeev Sayan talking about how, like all the other major industries of India are getting regulated, AI as an industry should also be regulated, and other countries, and recently EU also passed an act to regulate AI. So do you think it will limit our creativity in the market, or can probably lead to a market failure because of the immense creativity and the unlimited imagination that it can bring to the table? So I would like to know your thoughts on this.
Extremely valid question. And to be fair, right now we don't have an answer. We are grappling with that question for sure. But see, what I realize is regulators are very seized on it. So if you see, we are regulated by RBI. Dr. Shatikanta Das, we made a statement 2 days back or 3 days back in the Global FinTech Conference, and before that, the only feedback was this. And we as a banks kind of follow that. That when you really use these AI models or everything at all, one, they clearly need to be transparent, which means what the models are throwing out as a result, we should be able to explain as to what the process was and all. Second, there should be no bias. And third, accountability as to people who are really taking those decisions, where finally the accountability is with the management or whatever. Now, will that kind of tame the beast a little, if I were to use the word and all that? Prima facie, it appears so, but is it a bad thing? Maybe not, because the potential is so high. It does make sense if there are some kind of a checks and balances and guardrails in the system, which kind of does not really kind of leave it unlimited, unchecked. In the sense, let's assume we are really talking of good models, let's assume a good model which is able to interact instead of a chatbot. I ideally would like to kind of relay in a market a very good model which is able to talk in your own language instead of a chatbot, is able to make jokes with you or whatever and all that, and still talk business. And that's possible in theory. But in practice, I will not do that purely because I'm worried that while it could talk business, it could hallucinate, or it could kind of start talking something which may not make sense. And that's where possibly I will only kind of release such a product in the market only when I'm very, very confident out of millions of testing that genuinely it is kind of within the parameters of what is allowed and what is not allowed. So will it kind of inhibit some kind of a creativity or some kind of a, maybe yes, but on balance I would say that if anyway benefits are not 100% but 70%, and then if anyway we are able to kind of reduce the downsides of it, then why not?
Just to add to his point, that one more thing which is going to happen now, that we all are talking about artificial intelligence, but we are like, nowadays we are not talking about our own natural human intelligence that much. That will definitely come into the picture. For all the AI what we are talking about, human will always be in loop. I don't think there will be a scenario where, because the kind of guardrails all the AI models are putting today, they are talking from the perspective of keeping human in loop. We are not talking about doing everything through the machine learning and AI perspective. And it also brings a lot of responsibility to users. Because today we all must have seen the amount of deep fake content which is getting created in the market, and people end up believing that deep fake content is not the failure of any regulation or any law. It's failure on our side as a consumer, as a user, where we have looked at that particular content and just believed in it. Now it also becomes our responsibility to use our own intelligence, research about it, and then decide course of action rather than relying completely on the machine and the regulators to safeguard us. That's how I look at it.
So we finished the session typically like how the financial markets do, buyers beware, buy at your own risk. So that's what he warned us with, but I must say that this has been an extremely enriching session. First is my thanks to the organizers for always giving me an opportunity to moderate such sessions, because they carry immense learning potential for me. It's been extremely engaging to have a conversation with such rich minds, with people who are in the thick of things, who innovate, who are in the center of where action is happening. It's always been wonderful to engage with people like you. Thank you so much for the time and for the insights that you brought into the session, and mostly thank you for making it so interesting. And Abhinav is not here. He had his part in bringing a lot of, what do you say, chatpata into the session, if I can say so. And so on behalf of IIM Mumbai and CPRG, it's an immense pleasure to have been part of this extremely engaging session. We now close the session and move for lunch. We will reassemble here post-lunch. Disha, at what time? 2:30 is the hard stop for us for lunch. Thank you very much, all of you, for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your engaging participation. Thanks.
Thank you.
All the guests have to join for lunch now. At the 6th floor.
Hello? 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 Check one. Hello? 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 Hello?
We are starting the program shortly. You are requested to kindly get back to your seats. Students waiting outside, if somebody can just call them back here so that we can start the session timely. Thank you. Student volunteers. May I request audience to just occupy the front rows? Shall we start? Respected panelists, moderators, participants, dignitaries, audiences, it's my pleasure to welcome you in the afternoon session. In the first session, we discussed how the finance sector is currently navigating significant digitalization risks, particularly concerning data security in the era of automation and faceless banking. It led us to understand that integrating AI into nation's economic framework promises to innovate processes, potentially enhancing operational efficiency and promoting greater financial inclusions. Despite these opportunities, challenges such as oversight on data sharing and persistent security concerns could impede the progress and AI's ability to revolutionize the finance sector. Now, welcome to session 2, and it's my privilege to have you with us on the second session of the Conclave on AI startup ecosystem in India. India's startup ecosystem is rapidly becoming global hub for artificial intelligence innovation. This session will highlight rise of AI-driven startups in the country, focusing on the contribution to various industries and the unique challenges they face. We'll explore how these startups are leveraging AI to create cutting-edge solutions, the support structure that have enabled their growth, and the future opportunities in the dynamic space and evolving role of AI startup in shaping India's economic and technological future. In this session, we are joined by distinguished panelists Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, Mr. Sunil Gupta, Mr. Tarun Mishra, and our session chair, Mr. Alok Agrawal. I would like to invite them to please join us on stage, sir. Thank you. Kind round of applause, please. Would request all of you to kindly keep your mobile phone on silent, please. Our first panelist, Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, former CEO of Prasar Bharati, a technocrat, columnist, and policy thinker. Mr. Shashi Vempati has deeply engaged with technology and public policy in India. Apart from being the first non-bureaucrat CEO of Prasar Bharati, he has co-founded the Deep Tech for Bharat Foundation, chairs the Advisory Committee for Science and Technology Communication, and has held leadership roles in India broadcasting sector, including as CEO of Prasar Bharati. An IIT Bombay alumnus, he is also the author of a book on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Man Ki Baat radio program. A big round of applause. May I request Professor Sanjeev Verma to please felicitate Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Sanjeev. Our second panelist is Mr. Sunil Gupta, Managing Director and CEO of Yota Data Services Private Limited. Mr. Gupta brings a wealth of experience in data services and digital infrastructure, having built one of the most advanced data center parks in India. Popularly known as Data Center Men of India, Mr. Sunil Gupta stands at the forefront of India's data center industry. He has brought pioneering innovations in India's data center industry. His work has been recognized by his inclusion in the Data Economy's APAC 50 list, marking him as one of the top global 100 influential personalities shaping the future of global data centers and cloud markets. A big round of applause, and may I request Professor Rujita Gupta to please facilitate him. Thank you, Professor Ruchita. Our final panelist, Mr. Tarun Mishra, is a key figure at Covaxis Technologies Private Limited. An IIT Bombay alumnus, Mr. Tarun Mishra is the founder of Covaxis Technologies, a leader in industrial IoT and Industry 4.0 with the largest global implementation in its field. He also co-founded OPEXUS Private Limited, focusing on improving operational performance through advanced data sciences. Through his Entrepreneurship Initiative, launched in 2018, Mr. Mishra mentors entrepreneurs in building self-sustainable businesses. Thank you, sir, for joining us. May I request Ms. Disha Sharma from CPRG to please felicitate him. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Disha. Our moderator, Mr. Alok Agrawal, co-founder of Deep Tech for Bharat Foundation, has been a visionary in promoting deep tech innovations across the country and has played a key role in nurturing India's growing startup ecosystem. Mr. Alok Agarwal is an innovation business and brand consultant with an extensive experience in marketing and media. He has held leadership roles such as Group COO at Network 18 and CEO at Z Media, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur, IIM Bangalore and Wharton. Mr. Alok is dedicated to mentoring startups and promoting AI's benefits across India. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and may I request Professor Sanjeev Verma to please felicitate him. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sanjeev. Thank you, Alok, sir. I'm handing over the stage to you. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, good afternoon. Wake up. We are going to have an interesting session. I think some of you or many of you may be considering a career in startups, whether it's your own startup or you may want to look at job opportunities within startups because some of them are doing very well. And therefore, it's a very appropriate session to look at opportunities around startups in AI and the ecosystem thereof. I want to start by laying some context. Earlier, some of you who heard Mr. Rao talk about the CEA, talk about the fact that people have been working in the space of AI and developing AI for 6 decades now. I have my classmates who we graduated together 3 decades ago who are working in that space for that long. And yet, nobody talked about AI the way we have been doing it in the last 2 years. And it all exploded on 30th of November 2022 when an unknown company called OpenAI came and launched something called ChatGPT. OpenAI is a startup, right? And therefore, as it happens so often, a startup comes and changes the conversation. They introduce disruptive new technology, and that sets the ball rolling. Now, as a result, all the legacy big players, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, who have been working in the space of AI and investing lots of money are playing catch up to companies like ChatGPT. There is another startup called Claude, there is Perplexity, which is started by an Indian, there is Mistral from France, and then lots of other related startups which have come, which are launching specific applications in image building like Midjourney, in Stability AI, and video generation companies like Runway are doing very well. So the entire space, the narrative is now largely being controlled by startups, and therefore that's the opportunity. In India also, we have seen in the past that as startup activity in a particular field picks up, we have a little lag, but startup activity in that field also picks up in India. Now, before we go further, we also have to understand that actually launching a startup in AI or startup opportunities in AI is not just like looking at it as one industry. So in the past, we have looked at startups by fintech, by e-commerce, by various specific industries. But AI is a technology which is going to cut across all industries. It's going to be as core as software, right? So now everything needs software. There is no business who works without software or internet. Even that small thelawala outside is using internet-based products on their phone for their daily business, right? Whether it's Paytm or whether it's using WhatsApp to get orders or place orders. So the same thing is going to be true of AI. And the interesting bit is that actually AI is not new. We've all been using AI in some form or the other for at least 15 years, if not more. It's been embedded into many of the services we use. Google search incorporates AI. When you order an Uber, how does Uber figure out which car to send to you? Right? So they use some amount of machine learning and AI. And they've been around for a long time. When you're looking at social media feeds, it's all driven by algorithms which are designed or driven by AI at the back end and so on. And therefore, the opportunities for startups in AI is going to be immense, because you can think of any field and say, how do I address a problem in that particular field by leveraging the tools and other services available through AI. And therefore, there will be two kinds of startup opportunities in my mind. One is where you use AI to deliver a product or service in a better, more efficient manner. And two is actually build the products and services for the AI industry per se. And through our panel members, they have expertise in both, so they will touch upon these. A couple of things I want to kind of highlight before I pass on to the panel members. There is this tendency in India for startups to put valuation first. What is my startup going to be valued at the end of 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, etc. If you talk to or listen to startups in the US, especially Silicon Valley, they will talk about first what problem am I solving and how well am I solving that problem. Big mindset difference. If you solve a problem well, create the right product market fit, you will have valuation and success. But if you start by putting valuation first and you don't know what problem you're solving or what product you're building, then you'll never have success, right? So that's important to keep in mind. And therefore, identify and look at problems for India to solve. We have very unique or novel problems. So if you look at all the AI models which are available globally, they are built largely with a Western mindset on Western data. And somebody earlier was saying they're stealing our India data, etc. In reality, only 1% of current models are built up with Indian data and 99% is Western data, which is why all these models have a Western bias. We need to fix that. So we need access to local data. We need models which are trained in local information and data in our languages, with our culture, with our human behavior, which is different, and what have you, right, in many ways. But it also has great opportunity to provide services, and democratize, like somebody earlier was also talking about, a lot of core facilities which people don't have. For example, education. An IIM level education is not available to everybody. It's available to very few. And even if we were to go and open 5,000 IIMs tomorrow, you won't find the faculty with that same deep knowledge to be able to teach them. But AI teachers can actually bridge that divide, right? So that's one of the, in healthcare, there is huge opportunity. And Shashiji here is working in that area of bringing education or democratizing education across India using some AI tools as well. Healthcare, again, we don't have quality doctors everywhere, and it's not possible to have them at every village and every small town. And therefore, AI tools can solve those problems. Governance, earlier we heard from the Chief Secretary how he talked about how governance can improve by the applications of AI. So there are lots and lots of problems for India to be solved in India, and some of these can also be then exported back into the world, right? A lot of these problems in India are also problems in Africa, also problems in Southeast Asia, and in some cases also problems in Europe and in the US, which can be solved from here. So that should be one of the focus when we are talking about building a startup from India in AI. Now, in terms of the specific aspects, there are three broad aspects which or four broad aspects which we need to look at. One is overall policy support, regulation, etc. Some of that will come. Second is the whole space of data, like I talked about. Third is the area of infrastructure. There's a lot of infrastructure required, hardware and so on, compute facilities, cloud facilities, etc. And fourth is the actual software development, various tools and techniques which are available. So this is what the panel can cover because they independently have expertise in these areas. So let me start by inviting Shashi first. He has a holistic view, having worked with the government and various departments from a policy perspective. So Shashi, why don't you share some views from that perspective, and specifically in education, media, etc.
Sure. Thanks, Alok. Thanks to IIM Mumbai. My days at IIT Bombay, this was called NITI back then. And I was in the hostel which was closest to your border. So it was the building that was right across from the IIT campus. But never came to this campus, so I'm really happy to be here. And incidentally, I just discovered that Tarun was also in the same hostel a few years after me. So it's an interesting coming together. Coming to this subject of AI and startups, I think the constellation of different parameters has come together. This is perhaps the best time to be doing a startup in India. I don't think it could have been any better than what it is today. You have the right global environment, you have the right developments from a technology standpoint. A lot of barriers have come down. You have a lot of infrastructure coming up. One of the persons doing that great effort right here. And you have a government and a prime minister who is so focused on building up Indian strength with technology made in India for the rest of the world. So in that sense, it couldn't have been any better than what it is today, all these factors coming together. I've noticed a few things that have changed in the last few years, especially since the manner in which the Prime Minister has been very passionately championing Startup India and so on. Earlier, when I started my career in the late 90s, Y2K was a big thing. Indian IT sector took off. But the whole model with Indian IT sector was that the technology was created somewhere else, the problems were from somewhere else. We were solving them more efficiently here. Right? Today, I see a change in that core technology is being created in India. And I think that's a big shift, that today Indian startups are no longer hesitant or scared of trying to create core technology in India. Of course, we are not nowhere near catching up with the United States or China. I wouldn't claim that. But there are green shoots, and there are areas where we are competitive. I can give you a couple of examples from my own personal experience, professional experience. So when I was CEO at Prasar Bharati, one of the changes that we had brought was to phase out our old broadcast network of rooftop antennas for television transmitters, and that whole phasing that out created an opportunity for Indian startups to create a new technology where today you can receive broadcast signals directly on your mobile phones, and that's possible with a chip that is designed in India. So it's India's first fabless chip. In that sense, it's like India's Qualcomm movement. Right? So you are seeing, aspiration, and today I'm not surprised that several startups are claiming that, they want to build an AI chip in India. And it's possible because with RISC-V and the maturity that RISC-V has attained, recently I was reading that, it's able to, very efficiently do some very complex gaming tasks. So which creates a lot of hope that very soon we may even have a RISC-V based Indian AI chip that could perhaps give, an NVIDIA competition. Right? So all of these are possible today because there's a lot of confidence within the tech community. And very important for us to understand, we have the largest tech talent pool in the world. If you look at any of the technologies, be it AI, be it quantum, and so on, when they rank different countries, India is right there at the top, perhaps just behind China, or in some areas maybe even ahead of China. Right? So we have the tech talent pool. Today we have the aspiration, the ambition, and you have the enabling environment that is coming together. However, there are challenges, of course. One of the biggest challenge, especially when Alok was mentioning the emergence of OpenAI and ChatGPT and so on, what would it take for us to build language models, especially language models that bring about the unique challenges in India, right? And one of the challenges was, compute capacity, because Indian developers had this huge challenge that there was no GPU-based, high-performance computing infrastructure. Today, that is being solved. I mean, full credit to Sunilji and the Hiranandani group that Yota has built out this GPU capacity in India, where you can, have access to the latest high-performance computing environment to build these models, to train these models. Similarly, the government has, just announced this India AI initiative, as part of which they're going to make available a cloud-based, GPU capacity, so that our researchers, our young startups can have access to the compute capacity. So that's happening. The other big challenge is availability of publicly accessible data sets. It's very important for us to understand that India's diversity is huge. And I never fathomed it till I became the CEO of Prasar Bharati, because I realized that All India Radio produces content in more than 100 languages and dialects. The Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat alone is broadcast in more than 40 languages. Now, that kind of diversity requires a very diverse public data set to train these models on, and that's not, easily available or accessible. And one of the things that we want to, share today is sort of a national campaign where we can encourage, be it research organizations, public institutions, universities, how do we donate data so that we can create a large repository of India-centric public data sets that can be used by our researchers, our startups to build these AI models. So that's something we'll talk about later today. So all of these things need to be in place to overcome the barriers that are there today. Though for example, recently, just a couple of weeks back, Sarvam, a startup in India, which came out of the AI for Bharat initiative at IIT Madras and the Bhashini initiative of MIT, they have leveraged these open source models, so you don't have to go through that entire cost of training your model. Taking advantage of open source models, building an AI model which is India context, India specific, trained in Indian languages. I think it's a great beginning, and perhaps it's an inspiration for many other startups, some of which may emerge from this audience, to be able to build core technology in India. So I would say, look, I think the right factors are in place. I think it's only we are limited by our imagination and our aspiration. And I'm sure that within a decade, India will turn the corner. We will see deep tech emerge from India. We are already seeing it in certain pockets. And I'm sure, especially with emerging technologies like quantum computing, for example, where the playing field is still open, I think there's a lot of scope for us to catch up and get ahead.
Great. Thanks, Shashi. So let me turn to Sunil. Sunil, you are going where very few people in India have gone before, which is doing hardware and technology and at scale. So why don't you walk us through your journey? You are yourself a startup, but it's not a small startup. It's a very large and therefore big tech startup. So to walk us through your journey, what does it take to build hardware-related infrastructure for, especially for AI in India? What have been your challenges, and what would you advise to startups?
Let me just go back possibly in late 90s, early 2000s. I think internet practically came in our lives at that time. And dot-com boom came, dot-com bust came after that. And the data center industry at that time, India was almost not there. It was very small. And when the dot-com busted at that time, possibly you all were very small kids at that time. At one time, we thought it was all a fad, and there's no data center industry which is going to be there in India. Thankfully, gradually people realized technology has become very complex. It possibly cannot be done in server rooms, computer rooms, in the individual offices of companies. So you need specialized data centers with lots of power, lots of fiber, lots of skill sets. Cyber security became an issue of the forefront. And the data center industry in India started becoming gradually big on enterprise demand. So today, any and every application which you use in enterprises, whether it's SAP or Oracle or anything, basically is running in some or the other data center. Parallelly, if you see that while India's, got saved from the 2008 depression which happened across the world, many things started happening in India which was far, I would say, better than the rest of the world. And the economy today, if we see, especially from 2014 onwards, is growing at a much higher rate compared to the rest of the world. The 2G changed to 3G, that changed to 4G, and today we have got the world's largest number of 5G connections. Out of 140 crore Indians today, every single person, the average, I think, per person, the number of mobile phones actually is higher than one today, which means many of us are carrying two phones. And more importantly, out of these 140 crore phones, 75 crore are smartphones, right? Because at around 5,000 rupees, today, even a rickshaw wala, our sabji wala, our maid, we all know, they all are affording smartphones. And the data rate in India actually is 1/10 of what is there in the US. And that is resulting into, I'm just coming to the context, but just connecting the dot, is that India today is much more digitally enabled compared to even the most advanced economies in the world. Many of the things which you will see in your US counterparts, they are still doing it manually, while India have become very used to doing them digitally, thanks to obviously our UPI infrastructure, digital payment infrastructure, our social media consumption. Most of the content of India you will see on internet or YouTube, actually the native languages by tier 2, tier 3 towns. Now, but the problem is, while India is creating 17% of the world's data, the data which is hosted in India today is just about 3%. Which means a big part of our data, all our social media data, which India is generating, which is consuming, actually is not hosted in India, it's hosted somewhere outside. It is actually running on somebody else's IP, somebody is using our data, which was there as part of the discussion earlier also. Our data actually being used by somebody else who is actually making more money outside, sitting on our data. On any social media platform today, you will see 40% plus are Indians. And the IP of those social media also is most of the time created by Indian engineers. Now, 2013-14 onwards, India realized that India will have to start building this infrastructure. The global cloud operators realized that if they want to own this market called India, they will have to build infrastructure, bring their clouds into India. And that is where you see in 2013-14 onwards, the data center industry in India started becoming much bigger. An industry which was just about 200 megawatt, we measure data center by way of the amount of power we have in data centers. An industry which was just about 200 megawatt, all providers put together in 2013-14, today has already become 6 times, it is 1200 megawatt today. So that type of capacity build has happened in India. And we are expecting this to become 3000 megawatt by 2030, which means while it has become 6 times larger, it is expected to become another, you can say, 2.5 times in the next 4 or 5 years. Even that is not enough. This is not factoring the AI wave. When the AI wave, which obviously, as we say, all suddenly became on the forefront in last year when ChatGPT came in our lives, global reports say, Indian reports say, and that is the type of requirements we are getting, that India will have to have a data center capacity almost equal to what has been created till date for all other use cases, including regular cloud. So that is one big thing which India has to handle, which industry is handling, that purely in terms of physical infrastructure, the data centers, the power, the space, the cooling, to host these machines, whether it is for AI or whether it's for regular compute, if we want to have a control on our data, if we want to have sovereignty on our cloud and data, the first thing is the underlying physical infrastructure has to be created in India instead of our data residing outside. Now let me replicate it to the AI talks. Last year, as we know, around April, ChatGPT came in our lives. And suddenly I realized, and we all realized, the discourse in government circles, in tech circles started. Oh, India is a technology leader for the last 3 decades. 13-14% of the world's technology export is done by India. But in AI, India is nowhere, right? If you see many countries, not only US and China, but even if you see many countries in Europe, you see countries in Middle East like UAE, you see South Korea, you see Japan, you see Australia. They are far ahead of India in terms of their AI market. By chance at that time, in August, maybe by chance or maybe deliberately, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, he came to India and he met the Prime Minister. And NVIDIA's India MD was in that meeting. So that's how I know what transpired in that meeting. And the discussion was, Prime Minister asked, if India is a tech leader, India is known for its technology brain and the mathematical brain of our Indian students. If India is a leader in technology, AI ultimately is technology and maths. Why India cannot be a leader in AI as well? And number two, why we should send our data outside and somebody creates the models and again send those models back to India? Why Indian startups, right? Best startups in India, best skill sets in India, or on a world scale. Why India cannot use its data here and make its model here for the Indian use cases? Jensen said, I can give you chips. China is out of my bound because US has put so much of sanctions on China that NVIDIA practically cannot sell their advanced chips to China. So India potentially, just like for many other technology companies, India potentially is possibly largest or second largest future market for NVIDIA as well. So Jensen said, I can give you most advanced chips to India. I can give priority allocation. I will give my engineering, I can give all my support to India, but somebody has to come forward and purchase my chips. So somebody should have investment capability, somebody should have data centers, somebody should have power, and somebody should have skill sets to handle this. Now, that is what we have done as Yotta, as my company. And fundamentally what we are trying to solve with this, obviously it makes business sense to me, but for the country, what it is doing now, even the largest of the corporates today are not able to afford the GPUs, right? And GPUs are required for you to train large models. If India wants to make, and many of the discourses say that you cannot just train the existing models with India data, it's too complex, the complexity of the Indian language is so high, you can't really put Indian data and put into a, let's say, a chat GPT and then try to train and make it suitable for India. You might have to make foundational models. Even if you try to fine-tune an existing model, and many of the discussions of the startups who are hosted with me, including Sarvam, they're telling me that even to train a small B2B case, a B2B model of 5 billion parameters, it might require, let's say, 32 to 64 H100 GPUs for about a couple of weeks. Now, if you convert that into dollars, that will result into some millions of dollars. How do we bring these GPUs in the hands of startups, and how do we make that every single startup in India, including, let's say, some of the startups which you guys will be making or working for, they all can use that. What we have done, number one, like many other things, we call it geofication of data centers and geofication of AI. We have purchased 16,000 H100s. Now, 16,000 H100 is equal to a very large capacity, you can say 9th or 10th largest capacity in the world, which means abundance has come in India. So you don't need to bother about in India when we are trying to build models. Number two, we made it everything on a usage model. So today, if you also are making a model and you want to try out some model with 3, 4, 5 GPUs for a few hours or few weeks, you can have it with a couple of rupees or couple of dollars and you can start doing it. So that is what I call is a democratization, that at a price point, number one, you don't need to pay upfront money as a corporate or as a startup. Number two, it has become usage based. Number three, even the price point compared to, you go to Amazon or Google, your data is going out and they are giving you at, let's say, $15 per hour. We are putting it in India at $3 or $2.5 per hour. So you can see that you are trying to reduce the price point also to make it accessible to startup. Today, I feel very happy that when we are talking about Sarvam, those models, they wanted before their event, right? They decided there's a 5 billion parameter model which they launched at that time. They suddenly realized they need 1,000 GPUs for 7 days to train that entire model. And actually it was available to them on tap. And that is how actually that model was trained. Today when IIT Bombay is making Bharat GPT, literally hundreds of GPUs are available to them. They are putting trillions of data sets there and actually trying to build it. So this is something which is available in India today. And what Shashiji said, government is doing, I would say, is a very humorous job. Normally, most of the time, we try to feel the government is not doing anything. But if you see the current government, which they are doing the last 10 years, and which Ministry of IT is doing, the India AI mission, which Sir is talking about, what government is saying, I will take GPUs from people like this, Yotta or anybody. They will actually subsidize. So the GPUs will be available to people, startups. but the bills will not be paid by startup. Government will subsidize the startups to consume the GPUs from me. So essentially, not only the price has come down because we brought the prices down and brought the GPUs in abundance in India, but even that money also you don't need to pay. Government obviously will have some criteria how to pay the money to which startups. But that also for next 2 or 3 years, government is making so much GPUs available that now I would say there will be no complaint, there will be no excuse for the great ecosystem of startup in India is that yes, we can create largest of the best of the AI models in Indian languages for Indian use cases. Thank you. Sorry for a very lengthy.
Very good. That's very inspiring, Sunil. And especially working in the hardware space in India, we all understand how tough it is, right? And managing so many complexities. And it's very encouraging to see the government coming forward and helping the entire ecosystem. Tarun, let me come to you. See, you have been working on the software side, if I was to broadly call it that, of AI, but not just in the fad era of the last 2 years, but for over 10 years now. And you have found a very strong industrial application where you're using solutions within industry. So give us a glimpse of, at an overview level, of various software technologies in AI which could be leveraged by startups, and specifically the kind of applications you could identify and build a successful business for yourself.
Thanks Alok, and pleasure to be here on this panel in front of the audience that I am in Mumbai now. It's good to see young faces and when we are talking about the AI. I mean, you know, when I was coming, when I walked in with you, I asked you a question that our student is the only audience or there are people from outside, right? But on a second thought, it's good that there are only students. And I will tell you why. Why do I feel? And first of all, let me start with congratulating IIM Mumbai to put up this event. It's so vital, so important when we are trying to build an industry called AI. AI is going to be an industry, and that's what I want you to mark the word. AI will no more be the technology, and I have a reason to say why. Of course, it is starting as a technology and various components, but ultimately it's going to be a convergent industry, and it will have its own GDP, so to say. And it will be measured very soon. That what is the GDP contribution, like today we talk about what is the GDP contribution of manufacturing or agriculture and service, healthcare. You will have very soon what is the GDP contribution of AI and ML. It's already happening, right? So congratulations to IIM team and CPGR for putting such a nice, with the effort of deep tech for India and AI for India. So very nice. I'm really feeling very good. Coming back to, AI was never new to the world. AI was invented way back in 1950s, 60s in Canada, right? So I'm sure that much all of us know here. It always existed in some part of the industrial application or some part of solving a very complex global problems. So for example, aero defense, if you take, defense technologies way back from 1960s to 1970s are using AI and MLs, right? You have guided missiles. Once missile is launched, it has to hit the target even if target is moving, correct? You would have seen in, how does that happen? So the application of AI and ML had always been there. The only thing was, it was limited to only in certain industry. The cost of building such application was very high, and which could not have been taken to a commercial level in all rest of the industry. And which is what has happened in last few years where, there was an attempt to cut down the cost of hardware and compute. There is a cut down to cost of shared infrastructure in software, which is now cloud. You don't have to manage your server or applications. Everything is taken care by the cloud provider, hyperscalers kind of thing. All of it has coming together And now what has done open, the last thing which ChatGPT has done, it has made it the talk of the every single household. So now the 3-year, 4-year-old kid at home knows what ChatGPT is all about. So which is what it has put it in a public domain so much that, you know, it's nothing but the revolution now. And which is where at the standing time. 10 years ago, I was just wondering what would have done if I would have started Covaxis today. Right? It's a very interesting question to think that I started in 2010 where we were labeled aliens and you know, bunch of, I don't know what industry people, early customers would call us that what you are trying to do, can it be done? Is it possible, right? And even we didn't know that, to be honest. So we simply said, look, there is a problem. I have a solution. Seems to be it will address it. That's it. Only thing I know is I have seemed to have a solution and which will work for the manufacturing industry. Now let me converge AI in manufacturing and what we do. So Covaxis, just in couple of minutes, we tried to solve following problem of manufacturing when we looked at in 2010. It was very incidental or accidental, you say whatever you want to say. I was sitting across a factory head, very large factory, billion-dollar company. Most sophisticated machines, people, best practices, team. And when I was asking him one question which I asked that, how do you know that what is the next 3 things which you have to do in next 2 hours or 3 hours? What are those 3 decision points which you have to take in next 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours? And like he was, oh, I don't know that. And that kind of, and I was coming from a fintech space. I'm not a manufacturing person. By that time, net banking, internet banking, credit card, point of sale, the service industry had moved on the internet, so everything was online. And then here I get an answer that I don't know what is the next 3 decision points I have to take in next 3 hours or 1 hour. And that kind of caught up my mind. I said that why is it so? Why is he saying so? Is it a problem of this particular company, or is this a problem of this, industry sector? This is a problem of India, or what is it, right? And then I spent a lot of time researching, and I realized it's a global problem. And the one problem was because decisions, the manufacturing world, the best technology they had ever seen was ERP until 2010, 12, 14. ERP and predominantly SAP. So SAP was the best of the breed technology which manufacturing had seen in the IT and technology space. And there you do everything manual entry. How much is the production of the shift, you do manual entry. What is my energy consumption, you do manual entry. What is my scrap generation, you do manual entry. Everything is manual, number one. So it's the human who is a carrier of data. Data is getting generated in the plant, in the process, inside the machine. But it's a human who is the coolie, data coolie. Nothing, I don't want to glorify this. Actually, the world was becoming coolie of the data by taking from one paper to another system, punching it in, zero value addition in it. In fact, there is a cost to it. I can manipulate if I want. He said 10. I have to report my boss will not like 10, so I will say 10.5. I know 0.5 I will make up tomorrow, right? So that's the ERP world. We said that why is it so, and it came so obvious to me during that meeting that I said, why can't machine tell me that what is happening? Why do you have to carry a data? Why somebody has to write it on a piece of paper, in an Excel sheet, in the ERP? Why can't machine tweet? Twitter was already there by then. Why can't machine spell it out? What's going on? What's happening with me? How much production is happening? Everything should be available because you have a control system, right? And that kind of was the genesis of Covaxis. We said, no, this problem must be solved. Good, it happened to be that it's a global problem, so that's how we started the journey. The second part is intelligence. Manufacturing industry is the one industry which is synonym of engineering. To be honest, IT and information technology in India point of view are really not doing justice to engineers, or engineering is not justified. I mean, you can be a commerce graduate to become a programmer these days. You don't have to be an engineer, right? And that was the first fundament industry manufacturing, which was a 17% GDP 10 years ago. Of course, we have shrunk 12.84, separate issue. But engineers are the biggest contributor and propeller for the growth of manufacturing technologies, right? Now, how many good and intelligent engineers a factory can have? Very few. One. Two, in order to gain that experience, you need to be a 25-year experienced guy who can, at the face of the problem, can say, oh, that's the solution, go and do, and problem will be resolved. So you really have to be 40 plus in age. So you have to prepare 20, 25, 30 years to get there, where really you become the decision maker in a factory operation, in supply chain, in manufacturing, to solve day-to-day problem. We said, why a 40-year has to be the instructor? Why can't a 21-year GET can exactly know what I got to be doing if we build the algorithm? We said we will build intelligence in the algorithm. The same algorithm, you can call it AI or ML, whatever, generative AI, whatever, right? We put it in the algorithm. We said, this algorithm will understand what's going on, what is getting produced, what was the planning, how much it is produced, what was the problem, and do the root cause analysis and do the recommendation. This all thing is happening through algorithms. It's like a McKinsey in a box, BCG in a box, intelligence in the box. And once I have that box, even if I am a 8th pass operator on the shop floor, I am as intelligent as the next guy who is McKinsey. Because I am having the tool which tells me, do this, don't do this, this is the problem, solve this, right? So 80%, 80 to 80%, 85% of the operation management of the shop floor is completely commoditized, put into the algorithm, where my personal intelligence and brilliance does not matter. And which is what we said, that this will create an opportunity for a progressing economy like India to leapfrog and beat the best of the world. Because now I don't have to worry about scaling good practices. I don't have to worry about creating lakhs of IIT and IIM graduates. What we need to focus on, convert it into algorithm. Do we have the best programmers on earth? Yes. So what else is left? So this is what the manufacturing AI combination is, right? Now some of the data I will just talk about that. It says, this is the good part, this is the hope part, and since it is IIM Mumbai is, erstwhile it's a NITI, I'm assuming that genetically and from the DNA point of view, you guys are still NITI. It will take some time for you to, forget NITI and become mainstream IIM. So operation management and the courses like operation research and all this will, I'm sure, this still the vital and crucial part of your academics, and hence manufacturing becomes far more relevant. So it's a great opportunity for all of you joining manufacturing and AI. Research report says that manufacturing alone, I'm not talking healthcare, leave healthcare aside, manufacturing alone will have 17% of the value addition through AI. Humongous, right? Healthcare and manufacturing put together is 40% plus. So, fintech, services, retail is the industry of past. Trust me, manufacturing and AI in India, that's a combination which is very profound. It's going to be next 5, 7, 10 years.
Okay, that sounds very promising again. So this brings to mind the important question. Clearly we see that the ecosystem exists, is coming up. Government support is really very high. Even the most developed nation like US doesn't have this level of support like Indian government is providing. We have the brightest talent, but we don't have any promising or large AI startup from India, right? And we have had successful startup stories in the last decade, but why not in AI? So what could be some of the reasons? Shashi, let's start with you and pick your brains on this.
Yeah, I think historically, if you see, our focus has been services, outsourcing, applications, right? And core tech is something that very, very few have persisted. And those who persisted with core tech over the last decade had to face all kinds of challenges because the environment was not conducive for that. Only now it is changing. So I would say maybe 5 years from now, I think we will have the answer to your question with quite a sizable number of startups with core AI products, models, and platforms that would have emerged. The other thing that perhaps was the barrier for us was infrastructure, which I think now Sunil and team have solved it. Right? So now you have access to high performance computing, and the moment any new chip perhaps gets released anywhere in the world, I think it's hardly any time before it's available here. So those barriers have also come down. Now it's only a question of our imagination and aspiration. Right? I think the easiest way is to just source technology from abroad. The harder way is to build technology here, and I think now more and more startups are taking that route. The government's emphasis on self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, I think is very important. And we've seen that with what is happening geopolitically across the world. There's a lot of uncertainty, and overnight things can change. So you can't have your entire tech ecosystem dependent on technology coming from abroad. We have to have local sources of technology. The other is we never had a semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem in India. Now that is slowly changing with the first 3 projects that got approved. We'll soon have fabs. Of course, we are nowhere near. We're probably the best we'll aspire for is maybe 27 or 28 nanometer chips. But the world is already at 2 nanometer, 3 nanometer. So there is quite a distance for us to catch up there, but I think semiconductors is the other big. So if we can solve semiconductor manufacturing, semiconductor design in India, I think a lot more core technology will happen. And one area I'm very positive about is quantum computing, because the distance there is quite large, and there is already interesting work happening in India. I just read just yesterday, I think, or a couple of days back, where I think a 7 or 8 qubit system has been designed in India. So we are figuring things out, and I think so the future is very well within our grasp in terms of some really solid startups emerging from India in core tech.
So Sunil, let me come to you with the same question, but also specific focus on how can more and more startups focus on the hardware area, and very few have had the courage like you have had to get into this space.
No, at the end of the day, like these are like various value layers of the AI ecosystem. Underlying, as I said, is the physical raw data center with power, and on the top of that you are putting this compute capacity, you are putting in high-speed network which connects all these GPUs together, you are talking about high-speed storage, essentially a very, very specialized set of hardware, which essentially means a huge capital investment. In fact, the biggest barrier for anybody in India not doing it was that either you don't have that type of capital, or even if you have that type of capital, you are waiting for a market to grow. It's like a vicious circle. Everybody in India was waiting that, okay, one day India will be very big in AI, there will be a lot of demand of GPUs, so then we will invest in GPUs. But the reverse also was true, right? That the GPU providers were thinking, the potential GPU providers were thinking, when the ecosystem will become, we will invest. And the application providers thought, the startup, when you're saying that not many startups, they thought, once in India we have GPUs at a very, very low rate, just like we are talking about mobile smartphones, that it's available so cheap, that adoption is there. So it was a vicious circle. For sure, because it involves many, many components like data centers, power, fiber, chips, capital. Possibly not many people should do that, and that should not be the focus of startups, right? Possibly some business houses like Reliance Jio or Adani, or let's say Yota Hirandani, we can do that. And we possibly have done that by bringing it, considering the economies of scale, we have brought it in the hands of everybody. But this is a foundational layer. This is the enablement. The real layer starts above that. And that is what I think everybody should capture. And I tell you, I think day in and day out in the last 1 year, ever since we announced that we are doing it and people potentially got to know the chips are coming in India, have come in India, I must have spoken to hundreds of startups, which include well-funded startups like Sarvam or Hanuman or Krutrim, or let's say IITs. But at the same time, I'm talking to people like, I think, students like you, youngsters like 22, 23-year-old, they are coming at various forums and talking. Everybody is carrying a great idea. As you said, that AI is like horizontal technology. It's like internet. It's like software. It's like mobile. You have got applications across, and everybody comes with the idea, and you suddenly say, wow, I have not thought about this idea. How come this kid is thinking about it? The only challenge was, right, the only challenge was availability of bulk infrastructure. Let's also understand that AI is not, it demands huge resources. So you cannot just have, let's say, one laptop, which we were able to do to develop something, and that I will develop a software, which was possible in software era. You can't do that in AI. Even if you want to make a small, let's say, few billion parameter model for an end customer of yours in B2B space, right, it will still require few, let's say, tens of high performance GPUs, right? So number one, it becomes available to you in abundance, number one. Whenever you want, it should be available on tap. Number two, it should become available to you on a usage model. ट्राई करके देखते हैं, चल गया, बड़ी अच्छी बात है, then scale कर लेंगे, तब तक funding हो जाएगी, नहीं हुआ, then I've cut my losses and then I'll come out of this. I don't need to purchase hardware. And so this is something which is done now. You can have it now. And I have seen so much of startups being able to put their ideas to use simply because I have been able to give GPUs to them whenever they want it. Many, in fact, a fund, I will not name it. I'm literally giving many of the GPUs pro bono to them because I feel their ideas are so good. If they're able to put it into market and possibly they will give small stake to me in their company, that will create a good thing for the entire country, for them, for me, for everybody.
Turning into an investor.
We are actually doing that, by the way. By the way, doing that. What we are doing further, I mean, and this is possibly important, is so far we all are used to hyperscalers bringing all these services. And of course, we know the flip side of that, while they give credits, free credits, build your startup. But after that, what will happen? You are married to them. If you try to take your data out of that, it will be like fleecing. Taking the data out itself becomes fleecing, right? So testing is fine, but production becomes a pain if you go there. And second, for cloud, putting your data in their VM was fine, but AI, where you are putting raw data into your machine to make intelligence, you don't know where your data will be get used to create somebody else's IP. So it is not only important that you have GPUs available at a very low cost, but also you want that within India, governed by Indian sovereign laws. What we are doing now as an addition thing is, we are now saying, why are we not Indian hyperscaler? And that is what we are trying to do. We have come up, and you will hear that, it will be relevant to all of you. We are come up with a startup credit program as YOTA, where we are actually going to give credits starting from $10,000, to going to $20,000, go to $30,000. I think the peak we are putting almost like $75,000 to a single startup who can use our credits, build your program, and if you are progressing well, you keep on moving on the scale. If you are not progressing well, that's fine, possibly you take the lower layer. But again, this is something we feel, yes, good for country, good for enabling all of you to create your startups, create fantastic AI models. Of course, it still makes business sense to me. If out of 10 ideas I support, even if 2 ideas become unicorns, it is doing good for you, good for the country, good for everybody. So that is what I think. These are not rocket sciences what I'm doing. This is something which hyperscalers have been doing worldwide. It's just that we are doing it in India because AI need to be developed by people like you, Indians, in India, on Indian GPUs. And that's what we are trying to do.
So Sunil, your inbox is going to be full, I'm sure. Tarun, one thing I keep hearing from startups I meet who are working in this space is getting entry into an enterprise. You're getting an order from an enterprise. They just spend half their lifetime doing POCs and meetings and going back and forth, and they're just not able to convince them of the utility of their solutions and get a purchase order. How did you break that? Because you are working with some of the largest corporations in the country.
Yeah.
Those steps, because that's a big barrier to people not getting into the space.
Absolutely. So B2B and B2C, as world says, B2B and B2C on the B2B side, you are on the enterprise space, and one is at the solution itself, that how do you build, and most of the time, particularly in the context of AI, it's going to be interdisciplinary solution. The solution is never linear, unlike B2C, where you come up with a small ideas and scale is the game there. Here, the IP itself could be the first largest thing for you to solve. That how do you solve an enterprise problem? So I think in my mind, what genetically I would say, culturally and socially and academically, we are not trained as a country to build a temperament, to build that patience which requires to build B2B businesses. I will tell you that, and it will always be there. Whether it was true 40 years back, it was true 10 years back, and it will be true 10 years later. B2B will always relatively take longer time than the B2C success. Because, as you said, in enterprise, and the fundamental reason is one. In B2C, decision maker is one. Like on Amazon, it's the one person who has to decide and the same person who has to spend. In B2B and enterprise, if I'm going to Tata and Godrej or Mahindra or Adani, and there is no one decision maker. There is a bunch of 20 guys who will decide. Everybody's condition has to be met. Means you have to onboard 20 guys. उसमें से एक भी बोलता है कि नहीं, what if? Then you go back to your, whiteboard, come with the solution, address his problem, onboard him. So onboarding 15 to 20 guys in a sales cycle is always going to be far more lengthier process compared to the Zomato and the Amazon and big basket of the world, right? Where decision maker is one and he has to just swipe his card. That's it. So B2B requires two things. A, it requires for you to take up a problem of a complex nature and solve it. B, it requires, are you a person who have got a lot of patience? Are you a person who will not crumble down in the pressure of family for first 5 years? Because most likely in first 5 years you will get nothing. At best, you will have a rich guy who will, I'm ready to fund you. But give me 5 customers, then we will give you the next round. And from there to getting 5 customers is anywhere between 5 to 7 years of journey in 2024 in India. So do you have that patience? Do you have that temperament? I think a lot comes to that, right? So individualism is the first biggest detrimental factor why India is not producing a lot of B2B guys. Number 2, the ecosystem around it, startup ecosystem. If you go and talk to investor, how many investors in India are there who says, I want to invest in B2B companies versus...
That's a chicken and egg, right?
Yes,
because
exactly.
They have not seen successful companies.
So somebody got to start, and it's always boiling in the VCs that they will have to see that, and we can give a dozen of company wherein company was started here in India, and they could not raise capital. They shift their base to USA, and in no time, within a year, they became, from where to where. Freshdesk is one example, right? Flutura was another example. Infinite Uptime is another example. I can give you a name, series of companies who could not do anything in India, but as soon as they changed their base, they went from. So the whole ecosystem of investment, not just by VC, but also by industry. One point he said that, AI, coming back to the context of AI and startup. Actually, the good thing what is happening in next 5-7 years is when we go and sell to manufacturing guy, we don't sell AI technology to aluminum producer like Hindalco. There, I'm meeting the guy who is running the plant. I'm meeting a person who is in charge of quality of a aluminum coil. Pure technical person. He cannot understand how cloud works, how Java works, how Python works, what is compute. Neither is he interested, nor it's his skill set and competence to go there. So what we have to do is, we have to go and say, look, how AI is solving your specific problem of so and so defect. How in cold roll mill, when you are running your coil and your input gauge is 6 mm and output gauge is 3 mm, and today your energy turnaround time is 15 minutes, how can I bring 15 minutes to 12 minutes? Not by modifying the machine, not by upskilling the operator, but by chipping in an algorithm inside the machine which will reduce your 3 minute or 4 minute. That he understands quickly. So if we can start, and in the process what is happening, that they are becoming your investor. So you will not see the good thing in IoT and AI space in manufacturing, where Jindal of the world, Vedanta of the world, Aditya Birla of the world, Tata of the world, they are more than they take initiative. Tarun, do you want to raise capital? We are ready to invest. Because they don't see us as a tech company. They see us as a metal company. The extension of metal, who are bringing a different technology to kind of redefine how production is done. So this is the kind of changes which requires, and all of this is happening. The good thing is it is happening, but the best is the temperament. We have to choose whether you want to get into B2B. If yes, you have to have that DNA, that have patience, have temperament to stick there. You won't have 2 year, you won't have 10 million in your pocket for guarantee.
So that's very insightful. I think the patience apart, I think the other learning is that understand your customer's business and empathize with that business, right? That's most important, which a lot of people tend to miss. And Shashi, maybe you can weigh in because you work with Infosys, and I think the IT services company solved this problem most effectively. Infosys, TCS, Wipro, that's how they became such large global giants, not just in India.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think understanding the end customer is very important. And the IT firms, obviously, they went through a learning curve. But over a period of time, they built those deep domain expertise, like the industries that he's spoken about, right? Aluminum or manufacturing, understanding very deeply the processes involved and the complexity there, which is why SAP is the dominant software provider in this market, right? But if you take the Indian context, I think this takes a very different dimension, right? Because here understanding the customer is also means understanding the diversity of India, the socio-cultural complexity of India. And I think that is where a lot of startups, in the Indian context, miss out that whole aspect because, they are designing with a very advanced consumer in mind and not a very primitive consumer in mind. Like, for example, I came across a driver of a car the other day who says that he can afford a smartphone, he can afford mobile data. That's not the issue. But the interface is too complex for him to use UPI or to use Google Maps. So we've got to design interfaces which are India-centric, where we understand the average Indian consumer. And that is across the social strata, across the language diversity, the regional diversity. And one way to do that would be what we spoke about, which perhaps will be the presentation as well, is having these diverse data sets so that we can capture that diversity and train these models and then learn from them in terms of what kind of interfaces will work, what kind of user journeys will work. One of the things that, in fact, you brought up education. So one of the committees that I chair looks at educational media content, which is being created across various universities. And one of the feedback that we gave them is that, think of where this entire corpus of knowledge is not just in English or Hindi, it is available in all the Indian languages so that students across India can access that content. And tomorrow, potentially, you could have AI models which are tailored to an individual student's needs, which understand his temperament, his learning behavior, his learning curve, or her learning curve. And the whole learning journey can be very customized for that one particular individual. So all of these are possible with AI, but as you rightly pointed out, you have to understand the context, and the context will not come unless we have these very diverse data sets which capture that context.
So that brings me to the whole issue of data, right? Lack of Indian data available to AI developers. Most models which have been trained have not been really trained for India with Indian data. And the real high complexity. So simple thing like if I have to have a conversational bot, what language do you make it in, right? So people are saying English and Hindi. Now, in Bombay, Hindi spoken is different from Delhi, India. And when we speak, I'm sure when I hear people from Bombay speak, they will have the Bombaya Hindi, English, and some Marathi words thrown in. No AI can figure this out yet. I mean, it's almost impossible. So that's the complexity, and for which we have to leverage and use data and where that's going to come from. So Sunil, you want to touch upon this and on the whole aspect of Indian data and how that can be leveraged?
I can bring in an aspect because when we are like running the digitalization journey of many of our customers who ultimately are touching applications and data, many of the projects which are happening in government space are pure digitization of the records which otherwise are manual. If we take, for example, let's say courts, and courts are in existence even before independence, we know that. For 300, 400 years, all the judgments in local courts or high courts or supreme courts, they all have been there into paper, and you have got files and files and files, right, which are there in the storerooms of. If you happen to go in the back room of any court, you will see what type of paper we have. So if we are able to put, and that is something which is happening in India, then this judiciary is one of the examples where all such records are proper getting now scanned, and after scanning they are putting OCRs or some technologies to actually digitize them, bring them into readable paper, or you can say intelligent data, you can say. Once you have this data in hand, then you can put that data onto an AI model to train that model, make that intelligent, which can in turn start giving you results. And today I have seen companies who have made legal LLMs, right, which basically have got this type of data, and the result is that many of the clients, actually when they are going to a counselor or lawyer, if they put their details of their case and they tell it to the model that this is the case of the thing, the model can tell what are your chances of winning this case. Right? And I think routinely now young lawyers are actually using AI models just to write the petitions, right? They don't need to do that manual grunt work today. So another example is the entire National Archival of India, right? Again, you have got so many of national archives, you have state archives, you have district level archives, you have got so much of museums, so much of data, so much of Indian history is there in the form of text, in the form of manuscript, in the form of images, in the form of videos pre-independence. All that need to come in. It is actually there. Many of such people, right? So first step is they are taking their digitization journey before they take their AI journey, right? Which is a hardcore, as I said, scanning and bringing it into a form which can be consumed by an AI model, right? Once that journey is complete, then actually it starts getting into the AI journey. What we are doing, again, I would say facilitating on our side, and again having seen some of these projects, including by, for example, IIT Bombay, where they are trying to create India's chat GPT called Bharat GPT. They are putting, you won't believe, petabytes and petabytes of data every day. My data center internet bandwidth gets choked in the amount of data they are putting in there. Because only when they put that data into that storage, then that machine will start getting trained. And then the result which will come up, which ultimately country needs, is that you will talk, and by the way, because we gave the example of Sarvam, if you have seen when they launched their model, or I think if you go to their site, they have got an app now. Their model is voice to voice. What they have realized, India, it's not the people like you and me who are learned, educated, stay in Mumbai. India resides in towns. Possibly our fathers or our great-grandfathers who actually either they are not conversant writing on a screen, they are happy writing on a pen, they are not comfortable writing on a screen. But they can talk, and they can talk in their own native language in a particular dialect. So if in India you can make, and that solves also the problem of an interface of a mobile app, that you can afford a mobile, you can afford data plan, but you are not comfortable with the UPI or a Paytm interface. But if you are able to make either a mobile, or you can simply say agent, which can be some device, in your like Alexa, where you just say, मेरे को अपनी बेटी को गांव में पैसे भेजने हैं, right? And Alexa not only understands that in his native, unique way of talking, also does all the activities at the back end, including touching his bank, doing the UPI transactions, and telling आपके बेटी को पैसा ट्रांसफर हो गया. And actually ये चीजें हो रही हैं इंडिया में. If you have seen some of the times, the Bhashini CEO, Bhashini is one of the government of India's initiative. In election, if you have seen, Prime Minister was talking in Hindi when he went to Tamil Nadu, and real time people were hearing him in Tamil, right? So these things are happening. Once we are able to achieve that, which means digitization of India's records, putting that data into AI models, and those models are available in a voice-to-voice AI model and not in a text or a screen model, we will see that revolution. And I think that steps around right now.
Fantastic. Tarun, I'm just curious. So, industry also produces a lot of data, and your models are using that data to provide help to factories. Now, is that data in India different from global data, for example, what runs in a factory in China or in the US? Is there any difference there? And the other question there would be, Sunil is advocating saying putting it into a model or putting it onto a cloud where people can use it. Will companies provide access to this data, or how difficult or easy will it be to convince such people?
So, I will just step back. In 2016-17, Covaxis was the first company in the world I am saying, who launched cloud-based SaaS model in this space, in industrial IoT and Industry 4 space. Our investor, Cisco happens to be our investor. Their advice was that it's completely foolish move to go cloud, because no manufacturing will go on the cloud. They will never share your data and stuff like that, right? So from there we said nothing doing, because if I have to build algorithm, it requires data. It means data has to be in my access, and it means I have to go cloud, as simple as that. So that's the decision making point, and we started doing, racing against the train. Today we have almost largest manufacturing operation and process data sitting with Covaxis. No other company, no global company has as much data of Indian manufacturing, I'm talking about Indian manufacturing, as much as Covaxis has. So we do have largest set of data, number one. Number two, coming to your question, interestingly, in manufacturing space, if you look at historically, who are your OEM supplier? Few Americans, Germans, Italians, So most of the technology owners in manufacturing space, those who supply equipment or the technology, conventional classical engineering technologies, are coming from outside. Same technology is going everywhere. So the cement making process, the kiln, limestone to clinker making, whether it's a China or whether it's a India or whether it's a Germany, is going to be almost same, right? Only fine tuning changes, that there you have a limestone grade A, here we'll have our mines will produce limestone grade B. So there will be some 5 to 7% of the last mile fine tuning, but the core technology remains same. So which means it's a really scalable. The same set of data which we can build ML, AI, ML and application algorithm in India pretty much will work in China, in Europe, in Germany, in Italy, everywhere, right? The only difference will be how you, the outcome, whether you put it on the screen in a Spanish language or a English language, that's a trivial part. That's problem solved long time back, right? Or voice. But in terms of the scalability of the model, within one sector, you can truly scale across geography. And that is the really benefit, and that's what the benefit which, the company like ours, so we can create a model at the cheapest economy, because it doesn't cost me the cost of acquisition of a customer in India is still far cheaper compared to the cost of acquisition in the US. I can fail 3 times, and still my total cost of failure will be less than failing once in the US. So India allows you to fail. India allows you to, at a very cheap price, get customers, build an application, and then scale it up if it is a manufacturing space. So that's I never thought unless you asked it. Because same algorithm we are using for companies which are in the Germany, the company which are in the US, nothing changes. the same algorithm which is working everywhere.
It's a great example of built from India for the world, right?
That's right.
Good opportunity. So finally coming towards the end of the session, Shashi, why don't you introduce to us the new initiative of Data Dan, and we can invite Pranav to take us through it.
In fact, I'll take off from what Sunil just now mentioned about archives. So one of the things that we did at Prasar Bharati, which looks after both Doordarshan and All India Radio, is that we have archives dating back several decades, in fact, even to before independence. And these are all archives in, audio and video. So one of the things that we did was after digitizing, so we had already finished the digitizing part of the journey. We made this entire archive available to IIT Kanpur, just like the IIT Bombay Bharat GPT initiative. So IIT Kanpur has actually built AI models looking at this entire vast repository of audio and video. And this was possible because we took that leap of faith that we should donate this data, make it publicly accessible to researchers, to startups, so that models can be built. And I think this has to become a bigger movement. And so the thought process here is that can we encourage Indian institutions, public bodies, corporates, and even private citizens that in different contexts, if you have data that you don't mind donating, for example, it could be old medical records. For example, I've noticed that a lot of people just throw away their MRI scans and the X-rays. What if these are of no use to you? Donate it to a startup. Maybe they can build a medical model out of it, right? So the idea here is can we motivate a campaign across India for donating data. So Pranav, why don't you explain the thought process?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pranav Gupta from CPRG and University of California, Berkeley. The CPRG and AI for India Forum. So we have collaborated on this idea of data dan, donating data for a digital Indian. We've prepared a consultative paper. The idea is to put out this thought process, put out a broad framework for this initiative under which various stakeholders, various actors can donate their data for AI development. And we have prepared this consultative paper with some ideas for an initiative like this. And the idea is to get feedback from a wide range of stakeholders on how this should be conducted, what would be kind of the exact mechanics for conducting something like this. So what's the problem statement? The problem statement is poor availability of local Indian data, and that affects various stakeholders in various ways. Number one, academia. So inability to generate AI-based research insights in the Indian context. Why? Because there is a lack of contextual data. There's lack of good quality data from India. Private sector, limited access to local data means that the models that either they're unable to train models, or the solutions or the models that they're training are based on foreign data, which is not generating insights, which are not generating products which are relevant for the Indian context. And finally, government and citizens. Now there's a desire, there is a demand for AI-based solutions, but these AI-based solutions are coming up with these AI-based solutions requires quality Indian local data. So that's the problem that we are looking at. Now, what is the solution? The solution that we want to propose is this idea of a nationwide program for voluntary data sharing with various stakeholders, which could range from individual citizens to private firms to researchers. And the idea is that the program will enable stakeholders, which is AI researchers or startups, to build solutions which are going to be based on accessible, local, contextual data. And the objective is, one, to ensure data availability for model training, two, to facilitate collection of very diverse types of data. And when we say data, does in this case does not merely mean numbers, spreadsheet, a classic numeric data set. Data in this case could mean medical records, as Shashi sir mentioned. It could mean video feed from a private video. It could mean that somebody is willing to share. It could mean images, it could mean old textual material, archival material, anything that carries any kind of information, visual, audio, numeric is data, and that can be used by AI researchers effectively. And finally, this is going to help in supporting the broader AI ML innovation ecosystem in India. Now, the consultative paper that we prepared has basically three components that I'll quickly go over. Potential benefits of a program like this. Two, what are kind of the core tenets of data dan? Because when we talk about data, there are various kinds of concerns that we must be wary of. And finally, what can this interface potentially look like? How would it work in a practical setup? Now, number one, potential benefits. So we outline kind of four broad benefits, and I'll go over each of these one by one. Eliminating algorithm bias. Now, what is the problem of algorithm bias? The problem of algorithm bias basically is that, of course, we have AI models, they give solutions, they give answers to certain problems, and but eventually the solutions that you get or the models that you train, whatever they provide is eventually going to be based on the underlying data. Now, if that underlying data is not going to be representative of India's diversity, if that underlying data is not going to come locally from India, the solutions that we are going to get are going to be, may not be relevant. And think about this in deeper context. Think about this in context where AI is being used for various tasks such as governance-based tasks on law and order. Any wrong solution or any solution which is misguided by wrong data could have very, very severe effects. Number two, building sovereign AI. So if we want to have control over AI technologies, AI products that our country has, we need to have control over the data that underlies these solutions and these products. So to maintain sovereign AI, having Indian local data sets, it becomes really, really necessary. Driving innovation-based economy. So there are various examples across the world where innovation across fields was led by some sort of data sharing initiatives, wherein either government data or private data was pooled together, made available to researchers, and that led to innovations. For example, innovation in healthcare and vaccination was supported immensely by this American project called Human Genome Project, which led to access to DNA data, which opened the floor for various kinds of innovations in the medical field. Now, various governments across the world are putting out their data, and these are large user data sets that they are putting out, with, of course, various concerns taken care of for furthering innovation. So, for example, Transport for London, which is the nodal transport body in London, puts across user data, and that is used by startups, that is used by researchers for coming up with various kinds of solutions. And even in India, there's been some efforts to replicate these things, wherein the idea is to put out local data. And what we are proposing that we need to do, that this needs to happen at a large scale. And this does not merely need to be a government initiative wherein the government puts out open data set. It has to be a larger initiative wherein private individuals, civil society, etc., comes together and puts out data for innovation and research. Now, another big advantage that this has is that it reduces the cost for a digital economy. So if any of you is intending to come incubate an AI-based startup, one of the major costs that you're going to encounter are costs in terms of just accessing data for training your models. Now, the moment an initiative like this is conceptualized, it really reduces the cost, and when you reduce those costs, you're also reducing barriers. Now, why is it that only Meta, Amazon should have control over large data sets? This also gives them an opportunity to create barriers when it comes to AI, the entire AI startup ecosystem. Now, the moment you democratize access to data, you remove these barriers. Now, of course, when it comes to data, there are various kinds of concerns that one must be wary of, and the most important concerns of trust, privacy, and what does this idea of democratization actually mean? Now, when we propose this idea of data sharing, we are also cognizant about these concerns. And technology also provides answers and solutions for these concerns, wherein these problems of privacy, these problems of maintaining trust can be taken care of through various solutions. Now, one basic idea is that it has to be that the data sharing has to be based on some sort of use-based system. So in the sense that the user has to declare why I am trying to use this data, what is the use of this data, and this does not necessarily have to be a commercial arrangement. It can also, if it is an arrangement for research, then that is a use case where we're talking about creation of a larger public good. Then, a major concern of privacy. Now, for privacy, again, there are technical solutions available to ensure, one, data privacy is ensured. Two, when you're training AI models, in some senses, individually identifying data is not necessary, right? You need data as units. You don't necessarily need individual identifying information anyways. Now, there are various solutions available for excluding individually identifying information and making that data accessible and usable while overcoming concerns over privacy and data security. And finally, democratization. When we say democratization, it is not just about putting out data, it is also about putting out data in usable format. It is about putting out data in a format in which it becomes accessible to researchers, it becomes accessible for the larger innovation ecosystem. And finally, how does this operate in a practical framework? Like, okay, this idea, okay, people will share data, individuals, companies, civil society organizations supposedly, hypothetically agree, okay, we are willing to give our data. Now, how does this operate in a very practical setup? Now there, when we think of of course, there has to be an interface, right? There has to be a portal or a repository where this takes place. Now when it comes to this interface or repository, what we have conceptualized are kind of three models in some senses. So one is that it could be an end-to-end government model, wherein the government kind of takes ownership of this repository, the government takes ownership of this interface, and any data that you share or upload here is kind of regulated by the government. The second is and each of these models has its own pros and cons, which we have outlined in the paper, and we'll of course share the link to the entire paper and a feedback form that we have created for this. Second is a private model, wherein you have a group of private individuals or firms who start this as an independent initiative, and this becomes a portal managed by them. That again has various concerns, including one foremost concern: why would a public institution upload its entire data on an entirely private interface? And finally, can we think of a DPI-based model, digital public infrastructure, wherein the government is involved, but the government is not involved entirely as kind of the owner of the interface, but the government is involved as an important stakeholder, which gives the government a role in the regulation. And of course, when the government comes in, there's a high amount of trust that comes in terms of the interface or the initiative. So that's the broad model. And in essence, the idea is embracing voluntary data sharing. Interfaces like DataDan can propel India towards a data-driven future that empowers all stakeholders, and more importantly, a data-driven future that is based on our own data, our own resources. Thank you.
You can download the paper by scanning that QR or visit the website aiforindia.org. Now, for some audience interactions, I'm sure some of you have questions if you have stayed awake through the session. So you can ask questions about the session or even about the DataDan initiative. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to the entire panel. Myself, Rajesh, I'm from GAIL India, Gas Authority of India Limited, and my question is with respect to the manufacturing and the business development aspect. Like we, as an organization from GAIL, we import our LNG portfolio, that is liquefied natural gas, and few of us would be knowing that India is not self-dependent, and we have to outsource our natural gas and crude from other countries. So my question is with respect to demand forecasting. Like in 22, we had a huge disruption when the Ukraine-Russia war happened. GAIL had a number of contracts for sourcing of LNG from various countries. But because of that, there was a huge disruption, and it was a huge crisis for organization as a country in general. So my question to you is, like, how is AI going to help us with respect to the demand forecasting? Like, for example, how is it going to predict the disruptions that may happen in it may be geopolitical, it may be supply demand. So whatever discussion and whatever insights that I have gained during this forum, it has been more of what the data or what the past history, the inputs from the history that from which the models have been derived. But what about the future? Like if I'm going to make huge investments, or my organization is going to make huge investments, and it is going to, make our country energy secure. So what are the insights that AI can provide me going down the lane in the future with respect to the demand forecasting? So I would like the panelists to please address this issue.
All right, very loaded one, but let me let me try to do justice to your question. Out of many things which you said, the key problem is the bottom line is how do I understand the demand dynamics, right? Now, whether it's geopolitical scenarios or war and all, I mean, no AI can predict when the war can happen. It can only say that there are historically. So the way I will say, so AI models or any algorithms are built based on some data, right? You can't just build a model without data and expect to do something, right? Hence, you go back in the past, you gather the data because the past is known. You know that what kind of lead and lag indicators are there for any event. For example, if I want to, I will take the war and then I will come back in the quickly dynamic. If I know that First World War, 1917, Second World War, this. Now from 1970, 10 years before 1970, globally, particularly those companies, those countries who triggered the war, World War I and likewise in World War II, if I start seeing that what are the various signals in those countries 10 years before the war, right? And start doing, I am sure there will be a pattern which will emerge. The pattern could be economic, the pattern could be government decisions, the way governments are deciding, 5-7 years before the war, the way the policies are being framed before the war, putting sanctions on the different countries, the way world leaders are coming together and forming some kind of group. So there would be some kind of prior, movements, which is nothing but the data. Now, once you know those lead and lag indicators, then it will be easy. Then going forward, the algorithm has to learn whatever it has learned. Then it is using the machine learning ML. It keeps training and keeps updating itself that, okay, this scenario has happened, what is likely to happen? Now, there will be a prediction which can go right or wrong depending upon that. The model keeps learning and keep making itself wiser and wiser as time. That's the basic concept. The same thing happens in the basically any demand. Forget whether it's a GAIL or whether it's a particular industry. There is a demand which is getting captured by some mechanism, right? Now, based on that method and mechanism, you have the whole supply side. Now, those mechanisms which are being captured for demand, now whether there are classical approaches of doing it. For example, FMCG companies, right? They have their own ways of that. What will be the, for example, Colgate will say that what is the consumption in the month of between October to December for the Colgate toothpaste. Now, some of it could be historical time series based data. Okay, month on month, what's my demand? Based on that, you are just doing the trend analysis and coming back. That was the old classical method. Today, there are different ways. Companies, I will tell you, MTR Masala Orkla Group. Orkla Group, Indian-based company. The MTR Masala was Indian company, now taken over by Orkla Group. Sambar, those who are coming from south would know this, the famous Sambar Masala of MTR. Now, what they have done interestingly, and there happens to be our customer. Now, this particular solution, we have no role to play, but that's the initiative of company. On every masala box, whether it's 50 gram or 100 gram, they have a QR code which provides them the technical ingredients and the technical detail about that masala. So what are the preparation stage, kitna time laga, what was the moisture in chili, what is the various ingredients. And then there is a feedback mechanism that if you like the masala and taste and this, or you want to give a feedback, scan the QR code and give the feedback, right? So the end consumer who is cooking, the woman in the house, is giving feedback, which is directly going to the original producer. Though their entire channel is distributor, reseller, retailer, but now the feedback is directly between the consumer and the producer, straight away. There is nothing in between. Now what is happening? All of this, they are feeding it back in their demand forecast mechanism. So this is one example. Likewise, you can have so many other intelligence and lead and lag indicators, as I'm telling. The idea is, which are those lead indicators which are going to tell me a better demand prediction? That's what we have to do. And which is what it is happening now across the board.
This was also alluded in the morning about synthetic data and simulation. So a lot of this can also be simulated with, gaming scenarios, and you could have models that learn from these, simulations as well.
So in fact, again, just to add, first COVID, then Ukraine war, Israel war. So people have suddenly woken up to the fact of what are called black swan events, right? That such events can also happen. And therefore, these, like he's talking about creating war games and so on, scenarios are also being inputted into models and being trained for that. So what will happen is that, of course, we don't know whether the next COVID will happen next month or next year or next decade or next century. But as we start getting signals of a new COVID happening, you press the button and say, hey, COVID happening, and you will get the different scenarios. Okay, other questions? बाकी सब सो रहे थे हाँ
Hello. Hi, sir. I'm Urvi. And my question is related to the integration of AI and sustainability. Even India has committed to the net zero, and how AI is going to leverage data or the upcoming automations in integrating sustainability. While studying the manufacturing process, we study a lot about how in the designing phase AI is contributing in tracing the carbon footprint or the water footprint. But at a large scale, how is AI going to contribute, and how are we trying to accommodate sustainability while we are looking at the development of AI?
There are two aspects to this. One is AI use cases are being put into manufacturing, right, and factories, including data centers, where we can predict now, for example, the maintenance cycle. When a equipment is about to, let's say, break, before that breaks, based on the patterns which you can take from the equipment, you can do the maintenance first, so that equipment, before it breaks or before it starts generating more carbon, starting more energy, you are able to do the needful. And this is just one example. There are many, many ways, like in our data center, if I give you an example, based on the temperature profile in my data center, you have hot areas, you have cold areas, because there are a lot of equipment. AI can automatically decide which air conditioning machine to shut down, which air conditioning machine to keep it on, at what temperature it keep it on, and there are many, many tons of equipment, and same thing happens to any process-driven factory, right? So that is the use case part, that how AI can improve the working of factories and machines to reduce the, the power they consume, and accordingly reduce the carbon footprint. The second part, which possibly is being more talked about, right, is while AI is helping in so much of use cases across industry, but AI also is becoming a big villain, because to produce AI, you are using huge compute, and that compute needs huge amount of power, right? When that power is given to that IT equipment, the GPUs, they become hot, and to cool them, you need air conditioning, which again needs power. So it's becoming a huge cycle of power consumption, and the figures which keep on coming out, which we ourselves are witnessing in India, are scary. Worldwide today, around 3.5% of the worldwide power is actually going into data centers. And what they are saying, it is more than the airline industry across the world. And what they are saying, that if AI keeps on building the way it is threatening to be built, right, it might cross into double digits, right? In India, this scenario was not there. By the way, in Singapore, just few, I think 5-6 years back, before even AI came out, they had to put a moratorium on construction of data centers. It was in 2017, I think they put a moratorium, or 19, simply because 7% of Singapore's energy was going into few hundreds of buildings which were data centers, right? And when they are opening up, they are saying you can build small data centers, but they will be 100% powered by a green energy. This scenario, so far we all are into our growth phase. We have to build so much of data center capacity, we have to build so much of AI and cloud, that this is being taken as a lesser problem today. We are more into more of building capacities. But good part is because we are coming late as building data center capacity in India and putting these chips here, the concerns of sustainability are being taken side by side. Even government, when they are coming out with their data center policy in different states, they are incentivizing people like us that if your data center is working with more green energy, that is we are using solar or wind or hydro power instead of using a normal thermal power, they will incentivize us more compared to if we are using, as I said, the coal or thermal power. Many dimensions to this. The first dimension is the chip manufacturers themselves, whether it is Intel or Nvidia or AMD, they need to make chips which are more power efficient. The software people, they make the software coding in such a way that instead of using more cycles of iteration, it makes less cycles so that the software consumes lesser CPU cycles. So that is the software part, the hardware part. Then in data center, as I said, that the normal power goes into the machine, possibly we can't control it, but I can definitely control my air conditioning. If my air conditioning is efficient, and there are many technical ways of doing that, I will not go into those details. And you must have heard that for GPUs, now you are taking water right up to the chip. You must have heard of something called direct liquid cooling, right? There's something called immersion cooling. You are putting the whole equipment itself into a special form of liquid so that the heat is extracted from the machine right then and there. So there are multiple ways in which we are trying to optimize, that the consumption of power in data center. And the final and the most important is the type of power. How we can make the power consumption in data centers 100% or majorly green. Good part again I would say is government again has taken a very good steps here. Green power is available in India. Literally, India, by the way, 45% of power generated in India is green power today. And if you see the CAGR of growth of different types of power in India, the growth of green power in India in the next 7 years is far higher than the growth of the normal thermal power. So if I am a 1 megawatt or higher power consumer on a sustainable basis, which any data center would be, I openly can go and contract with any solar or wind or hydro power producer directly, and they will deliver the power to me over a normal national grid. So the environment is good. The ecosystem of data center operators who are the maximum consumer of this power are already taking these steps of number one, reducing the amount of power we are consumed, and whatever we all are generating, whatever we are consuming, we are majorly trying to source it through green sources instead of the thermal sources. Thank you.
Yeah. We can hear you.
For the benefit of others.
And for the camera.
Hello, sirs. So, sir, my question is a little pessimistic. I don't want to be pessimistic, but we understand that AI is just burgeoning in India, and we still don't have enough data, and we haven't got that far. But are there sectors where we need to be very cautious of using AI, because maybe as we get a lot of data and AI starts making a lot of decisions on behalf of us, and there's this black box concept where we don't know what AI will be thinking exactly. So are there sectors where we should be very cautious of what AI is suggesting in the future?
Yeah, sure. I think, in fact, we already saw this during the elections, right, with the amount of deep fake images. And, so clearly there's a lot of concern on how AI is going to be used, and ethical concerns around AI will be important. And specifically in the Indian context, as you rightly pointed out, the level of awareness may not be the same across the society. So a lot of technology will appear as a black box. So how do you know that what AI is producing is authentic? I think that challenge will be there. And so guardrails are one way of addressing it. Second, maybe a sandbox approach. Today, if you see a lot of policies that are being put out by the government, they're talking of a regulatory sandbox where the solution is first introduced in that sandbox. You see how it performs, how it behaves, you learn from that. So that's another way. But I don't think any one country can solve this. I think all countries have to come together because AI, as I said earlier, that the change of AI is exponentially much faster than other technologies, right? And that is where the challenges lie, and hence no one single country can figure out all this. I think countries have to come together and collaborate on some of these areas of concern. That where how do we ensure that what AI is doing is trustworthy, reliable, and then there's a flip side to that. You put too many regulatory barriers, then startups get challenged. So you have to find that sweet spot between these two.
Thank you.
Actually, one of the things which happens is as new technology comes in, over a period of time with the introduction of technology, you learn the pitfalls, and therefore newer technology comes to solve that. But also human intelligence keeps kind of improving. So if you look at social media brought a lot of fake news as well, right? People could say anything, and if they had a large following, everybody would believe it. But then the social media companies have put in some filters, doesn't control everything, but controls some of it. And then you and I have figured out what to look at and therefore what is genuine content and not. That wasn't evident on day one, but after use over time, we all figure out. So the same thing is going to happen with AI as well. But in this space, regulation and policy control is also very important because the amount of distortion which can be done is really high. And very realistic, and therefore we have to be a lot more careful.
AI has become very realistic. I think that is where the challenges what AI produces is so realistic.
And this is not a pessimistic question. So first of all, you should correct yourself.
Realistic question.
It's it's a design question because whenever you design a product, you start with the constraint. It's always that you start with the constraint and work backwards. So that would be a very good question. But just to give you a quick historical perspective, before 1900, when there was no car in the world, people were using horses as a common way to transport. And when car came, a lot of thought came that how will the whole car will work and what happens if this, and there were no roads and traffic rules, and then there was no licensing mechanism that who can drive or who cannot, right? A lot of things, when we evolve, whenever there is a disruption in the human evolution, so social evolution, there will be things which will happen. You can't stop evolution. The only thing is, as Alok rightly said, things have to come together, government, policies, societies, all stakeholders of the technology, they have to come together to control the downside and the flip side of the any disruption which is happening, and then win over it over a period of time. The good thing about AI is we are not envisaging something great will happen because the worst has happened. Internet was the worst. Internet and mobile was the worst evolution, technical evolution which has happened. All the fraud of internet bank, credit card, all of this is happening. Government is working, regulatories are working, that has to be curbed. AI and ML will be not as worse as it was in my opinion.
Very optimistic. We'll take one last question. Any last question? Okay, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you, I am Mumbai and CPRG for hosting us and giving us this opportunity. And thank you, Pranav, for introducing the paper. I hope we get some good feedback on the paper. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all the panelists and the moderator. It was indeed a very invigorating discussion. And thanks for sharing insights into how this is the right time for AI to develop in India and that we need to adopt a data-driven approach to take it to the next level. Well, before we end this session, I would also like to thank my colleague at CPRG, Pranav Gupta, and a brief introduction of what he does, who he is. So Pranav is actually a very bright scholar. He's a doctoral candidate in political science at the University of California, Berkeley. And his research interests include party politics, public service delivery, and politics of development. Thank you again, Pranav. And with this, we come to a close. We end this session, and also we end the day's proceedings. This is the end of day 1 of the conclave, and we'll convene again tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the same hall. And now it's time for tea break again. So we all the guests are requested to proceed to 6th floor DG room. And thank you again for your time and for your attendance. Thank you. And the students are requested to join for tea at the foyer. Thank you.
Everybody, please settle down. खुश होने की बात नहीं है. So whosoever has attended this roll call can leave. Sukanta Goswami. Yeah. Start leaving. Aditya Kumar Kenge. Abhineet. Abhishek Kumar Shah. Adarsh Ronak. Avasti, please ensure that no one is putting proxies. Adesh Mundia. Aditya Rastogi. Akash Gautam. Akhil. Amar. So I'll be calling out the roll numbers now. It will be easier. So I 1022 24 26 40 41 44 49 double five. है? No. 56 56 61 62 61
Just say present, okay? Otherwise we can't see.
64 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 केवल 78 80 81 86 87 89